ごっこなのまゆりちゃん？だってオカリンもクリスチャンも楽しそうだよ。そうかな。この
本気で叩くのはクリスティーナ。
だからその呼び方はやめろ。
戦いが激化する中、ルカ子は私たちを止めようとするのを諦め、ファッション雑誌を読み始めた。まゆりが衣装作りに戻ると、研究室の雰囲気はいつもの怠惰な午後の自分に落ち着いた。それからどれくらい後かはわかりません。日差しがオレンジ色に染まり始めた頃。
それじゃあ僕、そろそろ家の手伝いがあるので帰りますね。
おう。
ルカくん、またね。
ルカ子は宿題と雑誌をトートバッグにしまい始めた。そしてドアに近づくと私たちの方を向いた。
あ、いけない。大事なことを忘れてました。
ん？
実はですね、チラシを持ってきたんです。
ルカ子はバッグから紙を取り出す。
Hello, Crow. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence.
何のチラシなの？お祭りです。お祭り？
Kromager said, "Why do you have the Japanese TDS dog?"
ルカ子はチラシを配り、私たちはそれをよく見ることができました。
Kromager, said. Is that your throat bad, eh?
8月20日と21日に柳林神社とその周辺でお祭りが開催されると言われています。
すごいね。ルカ君の神社でお祭りなんて。
去年までこんなことやってたか？
いえ、今年初めてなんです。うちは小さな神社なので特にお祭りとかやってこなかったんですが。
ルカ子のお父さんは地元企業の経済活性化に役立つことを願ってこのアイデアを思いつきました。
ラボのみんなでぜひ遊びに来てください。
うん、楽しみにしてるわ。アメリカじゃこういうお祭りは経験できないから。
他の連中にも話しておこう。まゆりも行くよな。
それがね。
どうした？
ちょっと無理かも。
2日ともか？
20日にね、おばあちゃんの法事があるんだ。
私は一瞬言葉を失いました。少し無理をしすぎたのではないかと心配しました。まゆりのおばあちゃん。生まれた瞬間から心の底からまゆりを愛し、まゆりちゃんは彼女のすぐ後ろ姿を愛していました。6年前に彼女が亡くなったとき、まゆりはショックで感情的にシャットダウンしました。生きている限り忘れることはありません。
said. Good afternoon.
Hello, Mora. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence.
おばあちゃんの墓石の前で土砂降りの雨の中、一人で立っている小さなまゆり。 彼女は天を見上げ、まるでおばあちゃんの魂に話しかけているかのようだった。まゆりは私が話しかけても全く答えてくれませんでした。彼女は私が何度声をかけても私を見ることさえしませんでした。
I've also thought about just trying to pronounce it myself instead of letting it read it out loud. That could be interesting, and I would probably butcher it, but Kanojo wa tada ku wa misake te imashita? Yeah, I'm probably going to end up butchering if I try to do that.
彼女はただ空を見上げていました。
Yeah, see, the ku wa wasn't there, was it? Like, I'm trying to see why.
彼女はただ空を見上げていました。
See, it says it different. I don't know why the ku wa is sura.
彼女はただ空を見上げていました。
I don't know which word that is. I don't know which word that is.
QWA。
Yeah, I have no idea.
空は
And then it doesn't do it when you switch it back. I don't know. And that's looking like it's pulling up pretty high on that, so I don't know about that. It keeps feeling weird to say in English and then the others are in. I mean, is that just me? It keeps bugging me, like in the back of my head, just a little bit. It just keeps bugging me, just a little bit. Sono Shunkan Mayuri San Moten ni Masa Ray. Yeah, see, that's. I'm probably butchering that.
その瞬間、まゆりさんも天に召されるのではないかと心配になりました。
But it feels weird to
その
not.
愚かな不安が私を
Maybe
そ
I'm
の
just
場
being
に根ざ
silly.
させ続けました。
It keeps bugging me just like in the back of my head, just a little bit.
突然、天使のはしごと呼ばれる一筋の光が雲を突き破りました。そして風が渦巻いた。まゆりが空に手を伸ばすと、彼女の小さな体が宙に浮かんでいるように見えた。彼女は空に消えてしまう。私は持てる力のすべてで彼女を抱きしめ、彼女を離すことを拒んだ。 そして、
そっか。それじゃあお祭りなんていう気分じゃないよな。
ああ、それはもう大丈夫。オカリンのおかげだよ。
まゆりは微笑んで、ありがとうおかりん、もう本当に元気だよ、ともう一度言いました。
法事だけじゃなくてね、ちょっと家で用があるんだ。ごめんね、ルカ君。気にしないで。
ならまゆりのために何か土産でもゲットしてやるか。射的とかあるんだろ。
はい、多分。
天才スナイパーとしての腕が鳴るな。
また口先ばっかりなんだから、風船すくいぐらいにしといたら。
口先だけかどうか勝負してみるか。プールでの決着はちょっとしたアクシデントでうやむやになったからな。
いいわよ、別に。
クリスがこんなに嬉しそうにしているのは、プールの予定を立ててから初めてでした。きっとお祭りが楽しみなのでしょう。
せっかくだから私浴衣とか着てみようかな。
クリスちゃん似合いそうだね。
そうかな。ありがとう。
彼らが話している間、私はチラシを手に冷蔵庫に歩いて行きました。
このチラシここに貼っておくからな。
磁石で固定されたので、入るすべてのラボのメンバーがそれを見ることができるはずです。
まゆし、ちょっと書きたい。
まゆりはマーカーペンを取り出して絵を描きました。白で粗雑に描かれたキャラクターで、頭の3つほどの高さがあります。さあ、浴衣を着て、ルカ子の神社で待ち合わせましょう。
ってこれはまさか俺か。
似てる？
すごい、そっくり。
上手だね、まゆりちゃん。
私は認めなければなりません。彼らには一理あります。それはなんだか私に似ています。私は何を言っているのだろう。全く違います。
この法王院京馬がさあ浴衣を着てルカ子の神社に集合するのだなどというかバカ者。
ねえまゆりちゃん、僕にもそのイラスト1枚描いてくれない？神社の一番目立つところに貼っておきたいな。いいよ。
ダメだ。
私はすぐにルカ子が別のチラシを取り出そうとするのをやめました。
うわー、疲れた。心地よい疲れだお。
ダルは小宮山最終日の深夜、両手を袋でいっぱいにして現れた。それから彼はアザラシのようにソファに横たわりました。
あ、ごめんまゆし。ここ座って。
同じく小見間から戻ったばかりのまゆりは床に座って彼女の足を叩いた。
I think I will go ahead and still read the mails out loud because those can be a little longer and more annoying, especially when a certain shining figure comes in. We're having another Ferris Cup at May Queen. Want to come? And then I think I will still read the tips out loud. But it just feels weird when they're speaking Japanese and we are not to read those parts. And I don't know. It could, again, it could just be me, but and this game wouldn't be so annoying about it if I didn't pause the music every time I walked off the screen. Guys, when you make a game, don't be a mouse hog. Don't make the game hog the mouse. It's just not cool. Ferris Cup, isn't that a Rhinet tournament? Oh, Kilma is not so foolish as to compete in a competition he knows he cannot win. Plus, I don't know how to play Rhinet.
コミマの1日目に衣装が完成していたので、2日目と3日目は東京ビッグサイトで過ごした。
ゴミの子、バイトがなければ私もちょっと顔出してみたかったな。
開花のシフトを終えて研究室に入った鈴葉は興味津々のようだった。
ダメダメ。ちょっと顔を出してみたかったな程度の軽い気持ちじゃ返り討ちに合う。
そうなの？
欲しい本やグッズを求めてオタク同士が血で血を洗う戦場だからね。僕くらいベテランになると司令塔を任されることもあってさ、全部隊が必要な品を効率よく手に入れられるよう緻密な作戦を練らなきゃならないんだ。
足台隊って実はすごいんだね。
そういうことになるかな。あははは。
ダルは誇らしげに怪しげな発言をしたが、鈴葉は信じているようで驚いた様子だった。ちょうどその時、開発室のカーテンの後ろから眠そうなクリスが現れた。
あれ、クリスちゃんだ。トゥットゥルー。
マキセ氏いたんだ。
仮眠を取ってたの。実験でちょっと徹夜しちゃってね。
昨日の夕方、クリスが研究室に到着した時、彼女は疲れ果てていました。まるでずっと寝ていたかのようです。
まだ眠い。コーヒーでも飲もうかな。
彼女はコーヒーメーカーに向かって数歩進み、突然立ち止まりました。クリスは彼女の太ももに手を当ててうめいた。
どうした？
なんでもない。
なんでもないという割には随分足が痛そうだな。
なんでもないったら。
だから彼女はそうしました。しかし、数歩進むと、彼女は立ち止まり、再びうめき声を上げました。
マキセ氏、なんだか僕と同じだね。僕も歩くたびにももとか痛くって。
Mischievous Moss said. Hi Unicorn Turtle, I'm busy so lurking but wanted to come support.
Thank you very much for that, Moss. Lurking is always okay. We even have a whole lurking command. So yeah, that's completely okay. I hope you're staying safe, doing whatever it is you're doing. Thank you for lurking.
ダルはそう言いながら何かに気づき、クリスをまっすぐに見た。私もそうでした。
何よ。
Mischievous Moss
クリスティーナよ。
said.
お
Your
前
voice
今
is so
日
soft, I am mostly updating stuff. Have fun with your game.
Updating stuff, huh? Well, hopefully all the updates go well. Yeah, I'm still not sure whether or not I want to use the TTS for the Japanese. I've got mixed feelings on how to go about that. I don't know. It's almost too much of a pain, but
ビッグサイトなど言ってない。
she's so obvious. Daru and I nearly end up calling her out on it. This girl could never be a villain.
クリスちゃん。
本当に言ってない。
I think between experimenting with it today and yesterday a little bit, I think I may just not, just because honestly it seems to be taking the game twice as long as well. I don't know. It's something I've been thinking about potentially doing, but...
マユシーが月花の刃のサークルさんとお話ししてたらね、クリスちゃんによく似た人が本をいっぱい持って歩いてたんだ。
ほほー。
Not to mention the fact that it does seem like from what I can tell, it doesn't seem to be picking up on stream too much, but there does seem to be occasionally cars coming by that just seem to pick up on the microphone. From what I can tell, it doesn't seem to pick up on stream too much, but it definitely is. It's making the mic off thingy go up at least a little bit. And some of the cars seem to just, I don't know if they need a new muffler or what, but...
気のせいよ。だいたい買った本なんてないでしょ。ほら。
本を買いすぎて帰りに宅配便使うのはデフォじゃね。
I knew it. Christina. No, Christine A.
そんな生温かい目で見るな。
Kurisu turned and headed for the lab exit, but she stopped after a few steps, grabbed her legs, and miserably muttered, "Ow." After that, she came clean and started to talk about the lost blade on the couch with Mayuri. Suzuha joined them and owed and awed at Kurisu's expansive knowledge. I didn't understand most of what they were saying, but the three of them seemed to be having fun.
ねえまゆり、あまねさん、よければなんだけど、今夜私の部屋に泊まっていかない？いろいろ見せたいものもあるし、もっとおしゃべりしたいなって。
Kurisu has probably been holding in her Lost Blade fandom this entire time. Nobody could talk that much without storing it up.
見せたいもの？
実は昨日ね、月花の素敵なフィギュアを手に入れたの。
ってお前、昨日もコミマ行ってたのか？
See right there. I don't think it picked up on stream because it's too low, The little volume bar definitely moved a little there.
いいだろ別に。あと女の子同士の会話を盗み聞くな。
And fairs will teach you how to play. I'm currently preoccupied with trying to bring chaos into the world. Do you really think I have time for fun and games? When my job is done, maybe I'll take you up on your offer. But for now...
この距離じゃ嫌でも聞こえる。
ヘッドフォンで音
Yeah,
楽
see
聴
right
いて
there.
ろ。
I'm pretty sure that one is picking up on stream. And it feels like that guy, whoever he is, keeps coming by more and more often. I don't know if he moved here or something or what, but someone out there has a bad muffler or something.
あのな。
Wait, I have an idea for a new future gadget. How about headphones that eliminate the voice of a particular person based on regular noise-canceling headphones? Noise-canceling headphones. Sound can be cancelled out when the exact opposite sound is played. Instead, noise-canceling headphones use this mechanic to shut out sounds around the user. Cancelling out human voices or certain special sounds is still very difficult. That way, I won't get bothered when Christine is grumbling at me. No matter how hard she tried to criticize me, it would all be in vain. This is good. You're not ready for this, Celeb 7.
何人の顔見てニヤニヤしてんのよ。気持ち悪いわね。
今のうちに何度でも言っておけ。未来ガジェット12号機サイレンス・オブ・ゴールドが完成した暁には全て無駄なあがきになるのだからだ。
またわけのわからんことを。で、どうするまゆり。これから私の部屋来る？
どうしようかな。
I don't know why, but Mayuri looked at me. She doesn't have any reason to hold back for my sake. So why? Unsure what to make of this weird feeling, I nod toward Mayuri.
マユリよ、行ってきたらいい。たまにはクリフティーナのおた話に付き合ってやる。
その呼び方はやめい。
じゃあそうしようかな。お母さんに聞いてみるね。
Mayuri took out her phone and called her mom.
あまねさんは？
私も明日のバイトに間に合えば OK。
よーし、決まったわね。
Kurisu smiled.
ということでオカリンちょっと行ってくるからあとよろしくな。
あんたは呼んどらん。
僕も月花に関してはかなり熱く語れますよ。
どうせ中澤ことたんはあはあとかそういうことだろ。
Nakazawa Kodo, the lone female swordswoman said to have been a part of the Roshigumi. According to the record, she had mastered the art of naginata under the tutelage of her father at his dojo in Ueno. Due to her tremendous beauty and height, it was said that women found her attractive when she was dressed as a member of the Roshigumi, while men found her stunning when she was in her casual clothes.
コトタンはハーハーの方じゃないよ。バーニングの方の萌えなんだよ。なめるな。
嘘だね。あんたこの前粘土ドールプチお風呂ことたん注文してただろ。
Nendo Doru Petite, super popular SD figures of anime, manga, or game characters. These tend to be about half the size of normal figures. Since the product line kicked off, the figures have exploded in popularity, making it hard to find them on store shelves. This has resulted in high prices on online auction sites. Over 3 million Nindodoru petite figures have been sold since the line began.
僕が悪いじゃない。僕の中の煩悩がいけないんだ。
だったら頭の中いじくって煩悩を消してあげましょうか。
マキセ氏、目が本気だ。怖え。
とにかく変態はお断りだから。
Ow, 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 ow.
別に使用済みタオルの匂いを嗅いだりしないよ。
絶対に来んな。
Kurisu refused Daru and stood up from the couch. Mayuri got approval from her mom and stood up with Suzuha. How do I have so much here? Go away.
ねえおかり、荷物置いといてもいいかな。明日の朝家へ帰る前に寄るから。
Mayuri pointed at a cart and a large bag. I believe she has her costume and books in them.
もう構わんぞ。
助かるよ。重くて今日はもう持てません。それじゃあおかり、また明日ね。
あ、気をつけてな。
Mayuri, Kurisu, and Suzuha left the lab talking to each other and having fun.
しゃあね、僕も今日は帰って寝るよ。
Daru stood up, yawning.
もう帰るのか？
徹夜続きだろ。そろそろ限界。
But he was full of energy when he was offering to head over to Kurisu. Daru's big body disappeared out the door. I heard him groaning in pain with each step down the stairs. Silence in the lab. It suddenly feels so empty. It's making me uncomfortable.
前売り目。荷物なんか置いていくから、俺だけ帰れないではないか。
I said to myself while taking a Dr. P out of the fridge and walking toward Mayuri's luggage. That's when I noticed something sticking out of her tote bag, the back of Robo Mayushi's head. I walk up to it and press the button on its back through the fabric.
おかりんも宿題しなきゃダメだよ。
あ、
You really are helpful, Robo Mayushi. In that case, Ferris looks forward to the day we do battle. I had been so focused on the phone wave, name subject to change, and D-mail that I had completely forgotten that I had a report due for one of my classes. Might as well get started. I sat in front of my desk and turned on the PC. It was already late afternoon when I awoke the next day. I looked from the window to see the back alley, colored orange by the sunshine that snuck between the buildings. The temperature was as high as it was going to get that day, and tonight was looking to be a tropical night. Each day it seemed the news announced that another temperature record was going to be broken.
これも機関の陰謀かもしれん。奴ら、ついに天候を操る術を手に入れたのか？
Hearing sounds coming from the development room, I assumed that Daru was inside. If he was, he hardly reacted to my cool line. Damn it, what a waste of energy. I kept on grumbling as I opened the fridge and grabbed a Dr. Peen, which I then proceeded to chug. I was up all last night finishing my report. It took me longer than I thought it would, so I didn't get to bed until just before noon. According to my hazy memory, it was right around the time I began falling asleep that my Yuri came to pick up her things.
ねえおかり、寝るならちゃんとタオルケットをかけた方がいいよ。お腹冷えちゃうよ。
I think I responded with, "It's too hot today to get cold," or something. But when I woke up, I found that a blanket had been placed over my stomach. My Yuri must have put it there.
おーいダル。
I stepped into the development room thinking that Daru was in there, but such was not the case.
おはようございます、京馬さん。おはようっていう時間じゃないけどね。
ルカ子とクリスティーナか。こんなところで何を。まさかお前たち、いつの間にか秘密の関係に。
違うわ、変な想像すんな。そうですよ。僕、京馬さんにだけはそんな誤解してほしくないです。あ、今のは変な意味じゃなくって。
ルカ子よ、そこで頬をあからめるのはやめてくれ。
漆原さんが宿題でどうしてもわからないところがあるって言うからレクチャーしてたのよ。はい、京馬さんが眠っていたので起こさないようにと思いまして、ここで。
I see. So it was an act of kindness towards me. Lukako really is thoughtful.
一応私も気を使って声を落として喋ってたんです
人の心を読んで勝手に怒るのはお前の悪い癖だぞ、クリスティーナ。
Okarin, are you awake? It was from my Yuri. Of course I'm awake. What time do you think it is? I had kept this secret until recently, but Mayushi has some stuff to take care of today. I might not make it to the lab. None of us are required to report when entering the lab, but Mayuri always does, and it is a very Mayuri thing to do. Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now? Why can I not hear you say? Douche. Another supplementary class at school. I know this is your own fault, but it must be rough having to stay so late. Be careful on the way home, okay? Yes, I will. You too, Okarin. Don't sleep with your stomach out. Is that really a thing? Can you really catch tummy upset things from that? Or is that just an anime? I feel like that might just be an anime thing. Okay, okay.
そういえば、ダルは来てないのか？
発車ならさっきまでいたけど、友達と共同購入した本を仕分けするとかなんとか言って出かけてったわよ。それよりまゆりは今日は来ないのかしら？
あ、 それなら
I showed her the message that Mayuri sent me.
学校で補習みたいだな。
そんなはずないですけど。補習授業はいつも午前中だけですよ。
そうなのか。じゃあ別の用事なんだな。
I tilted my head quizzically. I just assumed that she had class, but her response was kind of vague when I asked. Maybe she's working at Makeling. Just as I thought that, I heard an energetic voice from the direction of the door.
今日な、こんばんはだにゃん。
お、フェイリスか。
Ferris held a massive bag in her hand.
それは？
ケーキの差し入れだにゃん。
ケーキですか？
Kubisu and Lukako began closing in upon hearing the word cake. Just as I would expect them to, hey, cake is good. Now, you don't have to be a woman. You probably don't have to be a woman to enjoy cake. Not that they're both women.
来月からメイクインで出す予定の新作ケーキなんだけどにゃ。せっかくだからみんなの意見を聞いてみようと思って。
そういうことなら任せといて。あ、僕お茶入れますね。
Lukako happily filled the kettle with water and moved towards the stove. Ferris placed the cake on the table and proceeded to take a look inside the development room.
今日はラボメはこれしか揃ってないのかな。ケーキいっぱい持ってきたのに。
バイト選手と指圧師はまだ仕事だろう。ダルはさっき出かけたみたいだが、後で戻ってくるはずだ。マユリはてっきりフェイリスと一緒だと思ったんだがな。
今日はまゆしお店には来てないにゃん。
そっか。
What's this? So she wasn't working at Makeling? Then is she taking care of something at home?
フェイリス、ちょっとブラウン管工房に顔を出してこようかにゃ。すずにゃんの意見も聞きたいし。
だったらバイトが終わったら上がってくるように言うといい。
さあするにゃ。
Ferris skittered down the stairs.
ミスター・ブラウンには気をつけろよ。
Hey, hey, for all you know, Mr. Braun likes cake too. You don't know. I mean, I can't imagine he eats too much of it because he's got speaker to watch, but after shouting that out the window at Ferris, I took out my new cell phone. I'm going to invite Moeka over. Ferris got us a cake. Swing by when you have time. I sent her my text, then sat down on the sofa. I stared at the cake box in front of me. For some reason, I envisioned Mayuri's face. If she were here now, there's no doubt that she would have opened the box in excitement.
まゆりちゃんに少し取っておいてあげましょうよ。そうね。
It almost seems as though Lukako and Kurisu knew what I was thinking.
ダルが来る前に少し隠しておくか。あいつがいると全部食べちまいそうだからな。
まったくだわ。
A cake? Wow! Unfortunately, I'm in the middle of work at the theme park from before. You know, for the website that I mentioned. I probably won't be able to swing by tonight. I see. I guess editing's hard work. That's too bad. Editing must be hard work. Oh, I know where Mayuri is. I know where Mayuri is. No sooner had I sent her a response, she had replied once again. Are you impressed? Yes, a little bit. I'll save a piece for you. You can have it tomorrow or something. If there's any strawberry cake, you know what to do. Strawberry cake. Got it. Strawberry it is. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you something important. I'll make sure that Sheena gets home safe and sound, so don't worry.
え
Mm-hmm. I reread Moeka's message. I'll make sure that Sheena-san gets home safe and sound. What is going on?
どうかしたんですか？
Lukako and Kurisu seemed concerned over my contorted expression.
おいや、視圧師が変なことを言ってるから。
変なこと？
I quickly responded. Wait, you're with Mayuri. Why? What do you mean? Did she not tell you? I've heard nothing. I've heard nothing. She took the modeling gig. After I sent her that, I received a Is it really that surprising, dude? Is it really that surprising? She said she was thinking about doing it. You guys need to pay the electric bill. As long as, they aren't too sussy with it. I mean, it's, whatever she's comfortable with, right? Mayuri, a model. I found myself standing up from the sofa, but I told her the other day to say no. Mayuri is a big girl. She can still make her own decisions, okay? I could see in Lukaku and Kurisu's eyes that they wanted an explanation, so I gave them the rundown. Kurisu insisted that it wasn't a shady photo shoot and that it would be okay since Moeka was with her. But that's not the point. How do I put it? Even if it were for the sake of the lab, I don't want her to take on any jobs that she isn't comfortable with. Well, sometimes you gotta step a little bit out of your comfort zone to, shine, right? I stuffed my cell phone and wallet into my pockets and bolted out of the lab. I ran by Suzuha and Ferris in the alleyway by the lab as they were about to go up the stairs. The two had no idea what was going on, and they just stared in surprise as I quickly ran towards the station. By the time I had arrived at the amusement park, the Earth's scorching sun had fallen below the horizon, and the dark of night had begun to envelop the sky. I'm at the entrance. I stood by the entrance gate and messaged Moeka that I had arrived. Wait there, I'm coming to pick you up. Soon a familiar face came to meet me.
悪かったな。いきなり来て。
椎名さんの心配なのわかるから。
いや、お前がいるから心配ってことはないが、そういうことじゃなくって。
I wanted to know why Mayuri accepted this job. She didn't seem to want to do it at first.
撮影が始まるの。こっち。
Moeka let me in, and we walked by the park's various attractions. The park closed at 6 today, so there's no one here. All the lights and machines are turned off, and everything's shrouded in shadow. Things feel especially lonely, knowing how lively this place is during the day. However, after a couple of minutes of walking, we came to an area where the attractions were illuminated. The merry-go-round and spinning teacups were running and playing cheery music despite the lack of riders. But my eyes were drawn to the colorful Christmassy lighting, which stuck out like a sore thumb in the summer night. There were 7 or 8 people working busily around those lights. I can see a huge tripod and camera, so it must be the photo shoot crew.
マユリは
今衣装に着替えてもらってる。
衣装まさかトナカイか。
Suddenly, the image of Mayuri in a reindeer costume singing jingle bells entered my head. Now it makes sense. Mayuri would be a perfect model for something like that. But Moeka shot that idea down.
そういう仕事だったら多分岡部君に頼む。
ああ、なるほど。おい、この法王隠居魔がトナカイなどやるか。
Why does she look so focused all of a sudden?
岡部君はトナカイでサンタは橋田君。アリか頼んでいい？
絶対にやらんわ。
Our conversation, such as it was, continued as Moeka took me to the
Stream
photo shoot
elements.
crew.
Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
She introduces me to the director as Mayuri's guardian.
もしかして椎名さんの彼氏さんかしら。
違います。
The first sentence out of her mouth was so absurd I had to firmly deny it. The director laughed. You don't have to hide it, and returned to the crew. How pedestrian. A foolish emotion like romance ill suits a mad scientist like me. It's only common sense.
来た。椎名さん。
I followed Moeka's gaze and saw Mayuri walking towards us with a female staff member. I could hardly believe my eyes. When I was in this park about a week ago, Mayuri's appearance stunned me, but that was when she showed up in the bikini Ferris chose. That pales in comparison to how stunned I am this time. Mayuri's makeup was beautifully, professionally done. Her hair is set perfectly, and a beautiful floral ornament has replaced her usual hat. She's clad in a formal dress, but it's nothing too flashy. She's done up in a way that highlights her innocence and prettiness. I don't know what kind of fabric they used, but her dress is glittering, reflecting the colored lights of the merry-go-round. As she walks, the frills around her shoulders and chest and on her skirt flutter. I hear someone from the crew utter, "Wow."
イメージ通り動画から出てきたみたい。
I nodded, still looking at Mayuri. I don't know why, but I can't take my eyes off of her.
あれ？
The girl from the fairy tale saw me and let out a sound of surprise. At that moment, I was snapped out of the fantasy and returned to the real world.
なんで？オカリンがいるの？
お、
どうしてここにいるの？
Mayuri looked surprised and walked up to me. the lace of her dress making a soothing shuffling sound as she did so. She looked even prettier up close. I tried to sound more collected than I felt.
始圧師から聞いた。さっきまゆりにメールしといたはずだけどな。
I sent her that email when I was on the train over here. I wrote, "You don't have to force yourself to model. I'm headed there right now, so just stay put." But I didn't receive any response.
ごめんね。お仕事中だから電源切ってたよ。
なんだ、じゃあメール見てないのか。
So that's why I didn't get a reply.
椎名さん、そろそろいいかしら。
The director called Mayuri. The photo shoot was about to begin.
照れちゃうな。オカリンに見られてたら、まゆし恥ずかしいよ。
Mayuri can't seem to stand still.
いや、あのな、まゆり。照れる前にちょっと話を聞け。
I moved closer so only she could hear me.
お前、無理してるんじゃないのか。言ったろ、ラボの運営は厳しいけどさ、お前がこんなことしなくたって。
それはね、大丈夫なんだ。
Mayuri put her hands on her face and smiled shyly. Then she slightly furrowed her brow.
大丈夫？
初めはモデルさんなんて無理だよって思ったけど、今でもまだ恥ずかしいんだけどね。なんかね、こうやって綺麗にしてもらえると、ちょっと嬉しいかなって。まゆし、自分でもびっくりなのです。
I was probably more surprised than she was. I had always thought Mayuri was a girl who floated through life, made silly mistakes, liked making costumes, ignored the latest trends, and would pick a good meal over anything romantic any day of the week. To me, she was always the girl I knew in elementary school. I never imagined that she would feel the way a girl her age might feel. Embarrassed by my sudden realization, I tried to look away from my childhood friend.
そうか。まゆりが楽しんでるならそれでいいんだ。悪かったな。変なこと言って。
オカリン、ありがとう。心配してくれて。
そのドレス熱くないのか？
Unable to control my eyes, I quickly tried to change topics.
大丈夫だよ。生地が薄いから。
あ、そっか。ほら、みんな呼んでるぞ。頑張れよ。
Mayuri turned away from me and hurried toward the crew. I heard the voice of a feminine cameraman shouting, "Right, let's get started," resonating through the park. It was my first time seeing an actual photo shoot, and I found myself surprisingly engaged. The big sisterly cameraman gave directions to his assistant and arranges the lighting. They really are professionals. The staff is great at creating a relaxed atmosphere, doing everything they can to put Mayuri at ease. She was obviously tense at first, but she gradually started smiling more naturally. He says, "Great, now can you spin around?" And Mayuri obliges. Her skirt flutters around and her bare legs look dazzling. But she spun a little too fast. The cameraman laughs and says, Mayuri-chan, if you move that fast, it'll come out blurry. Even if the fabric is thin, she's still moving around in a dress on a hot summer night, so she must be hot. The makeup artist goes to wipe off her sweat and touch her up. As I watched them, I started to feel as though this wasn't reality, and that I was living in a dream. Like Mayuri was not Mayuri. Not necessarily in a bad way. It's more like, well, I don't know how to put it.
No.
Sheena-san is so gorgeous. You were totally just staring at her, Okabe-kun.
そんなわけあるか
Oh yeah, you totally were, bruh. I responded to Moeka out loud since she was standing right behind me.
だからそういう顔で見るなというのに。
そういう顔って何？
Moeka's face isn't particularly expressive, but I felt like her look was saying, You sly dog, be honest with yourself. Still trying to play dumb?
やっぱりそうではないか
I shouted that out loud, then covered my mouth in a fluster. The crew looked at me to see what's going on. I cringed out a sheepish, I'm sorry, it's nothing.
こらしやつし貴様のせいで恥をかいたではないか
ごめんね。
俺に何か用か用がないんならあっちへ行って撮影の手伝いでもしてきたらどうだ
I had just about enough of her nonsense anyway.
あるの。岡部君に用事。
何
ディレクターが呼んでる。
When I turned to look, the director was beckoning to me with a smile on her face.
なんだ一体
手伝って。
何を
撮影。
あいや待て俺みたいなど素人に写真撮影のサポートなんてできるわけないだろうまあ確かに奇跡のマッドサイエンティスト法隠居魔に不可能はないがないくらなんでも無茶ぶりというものだ
大丈夫。撮影ならプロの人たちがいるから。
だったら俺に何をしろというのだ
あれ
When I saw what Moeka was pointing at, I opened my eyes wide, started stammering, and staggered back. The astonishment triple combo. A wardrobe staffer is standing by the director and taking out a costume. If this were the reindeer costume Moeka had threatened me with earlier, I wouldn't have been this shocked. I could have put the matter to bed with a line like, Do you really expect the Ho-Oh and Kyoma to wear this? But no, what the staffer held in their hands was, surprisingly, a Be Her Prince, Rintaro, Be Her Prince.
ちょっと待ってくださいすみません
Do it. Be a man. Be a
もう
man.
遅い待つのだしや
Come
つ
on
し
now. I quickly rebuked Moeka.
俺とあの衣装に何の関係があるんだ
You gotta be her prince. She is a princess. You gotta be the prince. Come on, bro.
なんで
Man up. Man up.
何を
写真。
どうして
シーナさんの恋人役。
誰が
岡部君。
何を
I looked in disbelief from Moeka to the director to the wardrobe staffer.
はい、それじゃあちょっと休憩にしますね。男性モデルさんメイク入りませんで。
The director proceeds as if I had agreed to her crazy idea. This took Mayuri by surprise, and I heard her ask the director,
おか リンも一緒に写るんですか？
Yes, yes, he will. He better be, or I'm gonna break
嬉しいでしょ？
something. Are you kidding me with your it'll be fun, right? I haven't given you the go-ahead. What sort of madness is this? Sorry to surprise you like that, but don't worry, it's just your back. Just my back. Sensing my skepticism, the director approached me and started to explain. Why couldn't she have done that before they whipped out the tux? She tells me that the theme of these shots is a girl and her lover talking about love at an amusement park on Christmas Eve. I suppose I've seen ads with similar situations, but because my jury is the main character, they're only going to show my back and shoulders in these photos.
だったら俺じゃなくてもスタッフの誰かにやってもらえばいいんじゃ。
最初はそのつもりだったんだけどね。椎名さんを見ててどうしても欲しいと思ったの。
欲しい？
椎名さんがあなたのことを見るときの笑顔よ。
え？
My Yuri is basically always smiling. You could even call her a natural smile generator. No matter who she's talking to, she'll always smile and give them a toot-toot. That's why everyone loves her. It's probably her strongest feature. Even during a photo shoot, I was sure she could smile for anyone else. When I told the director that, she thought for a moment and responded.
じゃあ椎名さんに聞いてみていい？恋人役はあなたがいいってそう彼女が言ったら OK してあげてよね。
前よりがそこまで言うならですけど。
She would never say such an embarrassing thing. The director nodded once, walked up to Mayuri, who was looking at us nervously, and started talking to her. I shot Mayuri a meaningful glance. You understand, don't you, Mayuri? You won't make me do stupid things like that, right?
というわけなの。どうかな？
Hey, what are you so indecisive about? I'm telling you, don't say anything weird. What suits a mad scientist the most is a white robe, covered with the blood and enmity of the victims of his experiments. Certainly not a tuxedo like that. Mayuri said something unintelligible to the director and blushed. The director looks at me with a smile. Whoa, wait. Mayuri? What did you just tell her? What did you say? Come on, get changed. Everyone's waiting for you. I read the message from Moeka and looked up at the sky. Half an hour later, the professionals had done their work on me, coordinating my appearance perfectly from top to bottom, then standing me in front of the merry-go-round. What is happening? What am I doing here? I've only felt like this twice before. Once when I had to wear a kimono for a coming-of-age ceremony at a shrine, and once when I first wore my junior high uniform.
そうだ俺だ。油断したばかりで恐るべき機関の陰謀に巻き込まれてしまった。だが半分絶対に脱出する方法を見つけ、この難局を切り抜けてみせる。かつてない危機だが、俺は必ずやり遂げるだろう。なぜならそれがシュタインズゲートの選択だからだ。
In the middle of this important conversation, Moeka took my phone away when the sisterly cameraman said, "Shall we get started?" Mayuri swishes up to me in her dress and looks up at me. You should be. Have you lost your mind? Is what I was going to say, but when I saw how cute Mayuri looked, the words caught in my throat. For some reason, I couldn't think of anything to complain about.
あかりんと写真を撮りたかったんだ。
Now that she mentioned it, I don't think I've had my picture taken since my high school graduation ceremony, and I really can't imagine that I would have a chance to get one with her, especially since she was in a lower grade than me.
いい記念になるね。
おぞましい記憶だと思うがな。
I took another look at myself. They had styled my hair and shaved off any trace of my stubble, so I feel kind of uncomfortable.
そうしてきちんとしてるオカリンはなんだか本当のモデルさんみたいだよ。
わけのわからぬことを。
本当だよ。すっごくかっこいいよ。
Mayuri is not the kind of person who compliments someone to make them feel better, so I honestly believe she thinks so. But come on, she's definitely biased. Nobody else would think that. Look, see? The photo shoot crew is looking at us with smiles on their faces. They're probably all thinking, love is blind. Even if this is for the lab, I can't take it. This is shameful.
おいしやつし、俺の分のバイト料もちゃんと出るのだろうな。あと、本当に俺の顔は映すなよ。お前たち、機関の手が及ぶからな。
分かってる。期間とかよくわからない。
お前が知らなくていいことだ。
Then the feminine photographer said, now we're going to take photos of the happy couple cuddling up on the carousel. Did he say cuddling up?
逃げちゃダメ、逃げちゃダメ、逃げちゃダメ。
やかましいわ。こら、引っ張るな、おい。
I was dragged onto the merry-go-round. Meanwhile, Mayuri was trying to get onto a wooden horse by herself and looking like she was having a lot of fun. Then she mounted it like a cowboy, cowgirl, with one leg on each side.
こらこらこら、前より自分が着ている服を考えろ。
ああ、そうだったよ。どうすれば。
馬の背に斜めに座って足をちゃんと揃えてだな。
なんかお姫様みたいだね。こうかな。
Whether it was the costume or the unfamiliar way of sitting, she lost her balance and slipped. I rushed over to her, catching her in my arms.
ほら、馬の首を持って、そしたら足をここに置いて。
Mayuri leaned on me and smiled shyly. I felt her body on my arms. She was so light and soft, it felt like she would break if I wasn't careful with her. It felt like I was holding cotton candy fresh out of the machine. Oh wait, are they shooting already? Sister Cameraman had gotten close when I wasn't looking, and he's been snapping away. Hold on, you fool, I'm not ready yet. I put my foot down with earth-shattering force. But the cameraman simply replied, that was wonderful, keep up the good work, and kept on shooting. Not sure precisely what was wonderful, I ended up playing with Mayuri on the merry-go-round. The cameraman didn't ask much of us, simply saying, just have fun.
ねえねえ、オカリン、馬車に乗ってみようよ。
Mayuri pulls my arm as we bathe in the sea of lights.
馬車ってこれか？無理だろう。子供用だぞ、多分。
Mayuri was talking about a carriage with a roof that looked way too small for two adults to squeeze into.
そうかな。
Mayuri got into the carriage and fit perfectly into the seat.
ほら大丈夫だよ。オカリンもどうぞ。
どうぞって。
I squeeze in and take a seat across from Mayuri, though it seems less like we're facing each other and more like we're squeezed into a tiny box together. My head touches the roof and I can hardly move.
なんか苦しいね、オカリン。
だから言ったろ
あれ、お尻が抜けないよ、オカリン。
何ほら俺に捕まって引っこ抜けどこ握ってるんだお前は
なんか今グニュって言ったよ、オカリン。
説明せんでいい。
あんたも写真撮ってないで助けろ
I shouted at the sisterly cameraman. 4 staff members hurried over to get us out. After the fuss at the merry-go-round resolved itself, they took us over to the teacups. They told us that it would be hard to take our picture while the teacups were spinning, so we're going to sit in them while they're not moving. Once we got into a cup, they brought us a couple of glasses with a sparkling beverage inside. A non-alcoholic beverage, of course. Surrounding us were red flowers and other festive objects to give things a Christmassy look.
かわいいね。
Mayuri started happily playing with the decorations. Seeing her like this, I breathed a sigh of relief that the little girl I knew was still in there somewhere. Unfortunately, right after this, I had to suffer through a terrible drink. They told us to look into each other's eyes and make a toast, like a couple would. What's wrong with them? What kind of couple is stupid enough to make a toast while riding the teacups? Still, we follow their ridiculous directions. We hold our drinks in hand and get our faces close to each other. Then we're supposed to look at each other, but I can't do so for too long because I get nervous. Mayuri, on the other hand, seems to have gotten used to this shoot. She looks straight into my eyes, looking as if she's really in love with. She is, fool. She is. Baka. Her eyes were glittering, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her glossed lips were slightly opened as they were waiting for something. Do it, Okaren, be a man. Oh, what's with that faint sigh? It's so cute. What's wrong with me? A modern woman rom-com situation like this has no place in my life of chaos and madness. Could this be the organization's doing? Am I getting brainwashed or something? Damn you, organization.
あ、いや、なんでもない。
I mean, there's no way she feels that way about me, right? I try with all my might to find the right look to return her gaze, but who could blame me for struggling with something like that? Mayuri starts cracking up.
もう、オカリン、笑わせちゃやだよ。
笑わせとらんわ
嘘だよ。こんな顔してるもん。
Mayuri squinted her eyes, brought her eyebrows together, and puckered her lips like an octopus. She looked like a comedy mask.
そんなひどいか？よし、もう一度だ。
I have to keep my pride intact, at least. I channeled all of my energy into my eyes and looked straight at Mayuri. How about that, Mayuri? Modeling is nothing against the concerted effort of Hoho and Kyoma.
だから笑うな。
The crew kept warning us that they couldn't take pictures like this, and every time it happened, the shoot slowed to a halt.
という厳しい戦いだ。
意識しすぎ。
するだろ普通。
シーナさんにちゃんとできて
マユリには演技の才能があるんだ。そうに違いない。
演技なんてしてないよ。
No, no, no. There's no way you're just being yourself, Mayuri. There can't be.
変なおかり。
You're the weird one.
ちょうど後ろ。みんなにしゃべ。
やめんか。
I don't even want to think about what Teresa would say if she saw me like this. It took me nearly half an hour to clear this difficult mission. In the end, I had to face Mayuri's direction, but look somewhere else. Why do I have to do this if they're only going to include my back and shoulder in the photos anyway? This is ridiculous.
お疲れ様。この次で最後。
そうか。
I practically collapsed onto the bench in exhaustion. Once I had gathered myself a little, I asked what the last shoot was going to be.
クリスマスツリーの前。プレゼントをするシーン。
クリスマスツリー。
Do they even have a Christmas tree this time of year? Before I could ask, the director asked us to follow her. She led Mayuri and I part way through the park, and when we got to the plaza near the entrance, Mayuri gasped in amazement. The sight took my breath away too. Before us towered a beautifully glittering tree of light. It was a fir tree covered in decorative bulbs that showered its surroundings with light. The light danced along the shape of the tree, standing starkly against the darkness in the background. Given that there were no other illuminated trees standing around, I surmised that this one was specifically decked out for this shoot. Mayuri trots towards the tree and looks up at it, spellbound.
すごいね。綺麗だね。
Without another word, she continues to look up at the tree, studying its every detail.
ほら、見てみろマユリ。てっぺんに星が乗ってるぞ。
本当だ。
Atop the tree shone a clear star that looked like it was made of crystal. It shone with the refracted colors of the lights wrapped around the tree.
なんだか、
Mayuri muttered as she stared at the star.
クリスマスシーズンはもっとすごい。
そうなのか？
イルミネーション、この辺り全部。
それは確かに壮観だろうな。
I imagine the sickly sweet conversations a couple might have as they walk through this illuminated forest. A feat that will forever elude me.
今年の冬来てみれば。
何をバカな。どうして俺がそんなベタなデートスポットをうろつかねばならんのだ。
でもシーヌス喜ぶと。
何？
I looked at Moeka in a state of minor panic.
なんで俺がマユリと？
Moeka's facial expression doesn't change at all, so I have no idea if she's serious or just teasing me. If it were Kurisu or Daru harassing me, they wouldn't be able to keep a straight face, so I would know.
指圧しよう。変なことを言うな。
変なこと？
俺とマユリはそのデートとかするような関係じゃないからな。
デートの話なんてしてない。
え？
ラボのみんなで見に来ようって話。
あ、うん。
How misleading can you get? Just say what you mean in the first place. Use your words, damn you. Having blatantly incriminated myself, I attempted to change the subject as I turned to face Mayuri, but found myself startled. Mayuri was reaching out to the star with her right hand. Her back was straight, and she was stretching as far as she could, as if she could reach the highest heights imaginable. In her eyes, I see a mysterious color, one that sits somewhere between nostalgia and wistfulness. Stardust handshake. Mayuri's had this curious habit for a long time, so that's the name I gave it. No matter when, where, or what she's doing, sometimes she'll just suddenly get lost in a moment like this. She looks up at the sky and reaches out as if there's something she wants, just out of reach. If she got whatever it is she wants, what would happen? Or does she want something she can never get? I don't really know. But whenever I see her like this, I get antsy and unable to contain myself. That's right, I can't help but get flashbacks of what I saw that day. The angel's ladder descending in front of young Mayuri. The way she looked at it, slowly reached out, and gently. The way Mayuri's body seemed to float toward the heavens haunts me to this day. So I desperately try to hold on to her, to keep her in this world, to keep her from floating away. I'll never let you go. I'll never let them take you. As a boy, I held my friend in my arms and kept whispering those words into her ear.
おい、マユリ！
I called out to her with a loud, clear voice. I thought by raising my voice that I could both snap her out of her reverie and pull myself out of my memories. Mayuri looked at me and blinked in surprise.
ほら、そろそろ撮影が始まるみたいだぞ。
It was true. It seemed that the crew had finished setting up, and I saw the photographer walking towards us.
ごめんね。
何をしてたんだ？
天のお星様は無理かもしれないけど、あのお星様なら手が届くかもしれないなと思って。
そりゃ無理だろう。木の一番上だぞ。どのくらいの高さだと思ってるんだ？
Mayuri shrugged sadly. Only she would be dead serious about getting the star from the top of the tree.
じゃあ、最後の撮影、よろしく。
Moeka handed me the small gift that we would be using in the photos. A tiny box with Christ Mass themed wrapping and a ribbon on top.
何が入ってるのかな？楽しみだな。
いやいや空っぽだろう。撮影用なんだから。
I shake the box, and lo and behold, it makes no sound.
まゆし、立て続けにがっかりだよ。
The director overheard our conversation, smiled, and said, "I'll put something in there next time." Hey, what's this next time? There is no next time. Never. I tell the director that with my eyes, and she just laughs. With the cameraman's call of, "Okay, my lovelies, positions," our final shoot began. Our shoot under the tree proceeded very smoothly compared to the previous one, mostly because they were focusing on Mayuri, so I didn't have to do much. They took shots of her that contained only my hand, or perhaps I would be off in the distance. Maybe, just maybe, the teacups taught them that's reckless to try to get me to model. That's what I told them in the first place. But with that, our modeling session was completed. The director shouted, "All right, that's a wrap. Nice work today," and it echoed through the park. Then the crew started applauding Mayuri and I for some reason. I went to change out of my tux, and when I came back, Mayuri was standing under the tree. The crew had started removing all the trimmings from the tree. One was on a tall ladder to unwrap the lights. And in the middle of all this, Mayuri is staring at them without saying a word. Her gaze was fixed on the clear star above her. Mayuri sang, "If I can't reach the stars in the sky, maybe I can reach the one at the top of the tree," echoes in my head. Then I remembered what Kurisu had told me the other day, after Mayuri had saved my life at the pool.
人工呼吸はともかく、岡部、あんたまゆりに何かお礼した方がいいわよ。
But that wasn't the only thing I had to thank Mayuri for. Mayuri's been worrying that she hasn't done anything for the lab, but I don't think that at all. Without her, I don't think I would have been able to keep the lab together for this long. Things wouldn't have been nearly as stable. The lab might have even broken up. Coming up with an idea, I walked over to Moeka.
指圧しよう。
ね。
すまないが、ちょっと相談があるんだ。
相談？
あれが欲しいんだが、なんとかならないか？
I pointed at the star atop the tree. Moeka tilted her head in confusion, as if she didn't quite understand what I said. but when she saw Mayuri staring at the star, she nodded.
勘違いするな。日頃世話になってる礼だ。
Moeka took a moment to think, then took out her phone and wrote me an email with her lightning fast fingers. It was a rental from a leasing company. I'll ask the director if we can buy it, but don't expect much.
なあ、悪いが頼む。あとその値段もな。あんまり高かったら無理だ。
They told me that I would get paid, but I can't count on that. I still have the electricity bill to pay.
わかった。
Moeka looked at Mayuri as she said so. Mayuri didn't seem to notice, her gaze still fixed on the star.
今日は緊張しちゃったね。
特に俺はいきなりだったからな。
We left the park before Moeka or the shooting crew and got on the train. It might just be because I've just escaped from a high-tension shoot, but I'm exhausted all of a sudden. Sitting right next to me, Mayuri looked a little tired too.
本当にごめんね。マユシーがあんなこと言ったから。
なあ、いや、文句を言ってるわけじゃない。めったにできない貴重な経験だったしな。
Mayuri looked so sorry that I had to say something to cheer her up.
それよりマユリ、別れ際に始圧師の携帯から何か転送してもらってたよな。
あ、うん。これだよ。
Mayuri took out her phone and showed me a photo. Without thinking, I groaned. It was a photo of Mayuri and I, all done up on the merry-go-round. It kind of hurt me to look at. Then Mayuri continued the atrocity exhibition with a tap on her phone.
これももらったの。
On the screen, I saw Mayuri and myself sitting in the teacup, looking into each other's eyes.
他にもね。
ちょっと待って。これってさっき撮った写真だよな。
They were using a digital SLR camera, and the cameraman said that he would take the data back to his office to finalize the pictures on his computer. But
萌香さんがね、撮影の合間に携帯で撮ってくれたやつだよ。
そっか。そういえばちょこちょこ撮影していたな。
damn you, Finger. She's not going to show these photos to anyone in the lab, right? I need to confirm that with her later.
マユシーね、この写真がいいな。
Mayuri showed me one particular photo. The two of us are standing in front of the sparkling tree and smiling at each other. Because it was taken just after the shoot ended, the two of us had relieved smiles on our faces, though I looked a little zoned out.
なんだかかっこ悪くないか？
そんなことないよ。マユシーの大好きなオカリンだよ。
Mayuri said nonchalantly. It took me aback, but this is Mayuri we're talking about. She can't have meant it like that.
ああ、そうだ。この写真を携帯の待ち受けにしようかな。
それは不許可だ。
なんで？
誰かに見られたらどうする？
マユシーの携帯画面を見るのはフェリスちゃんやルカ君やクリスちゃんやスズさんやダル君たちだけだよ。
そいつらに見られるのが一番ダメだから言ってるんだ。
そうなの？
そうなの。恥ずかしいだろ。
オカリンがそう言うならや
Mayuri gave the photo a sad look. Then she asks me another question.
じゃあね、みんながいないところでならいいかな。
ああ、まあそれなら構わん。
そっか、じゃあそうするよ。
She clutched her phone to her chest as if it were something precious. Then we were quiet for a while. The soft clatter of the train envelops us. Silences like these can be painful when you're around someone you're not really close to. You start desperately looking for things to talk about. But with Mayuri, I can be myself. We've been together since we were little, so we never have to be nervous around each other and can just do nothing together. I can start a conversation when I actually have something to say. It's very comfortable.
あのね、
ん、どうした？
今日は緊張したけど、とっても楽しかったよ。
そうか？
あかりんの人質になって本当に良かったなって思うのです。
なんだそれは。
I laughed and prepared to change topics, but Mayuri paid my laugh no mind and continued.
まゆし、ずっとおかりんの人質でいられたらいいな。おかりんがおじいちゃんになって、まゆしがおばあちゃんになっても、人質でいられたらいいな。
That's kind of a poignant statement, isn't it? Unless it's just the residual atmosphere from the romantic photo shoot, and she doesn't mean anything by it.
もちろんではないか。これまでもそうだったし、これからもずっとそうに決まっている。
I watched Mayuri carefully after giving her my response, but she only said yes and resumed looking at the photos that Moeka had sent to her phone. I decided not to push the issue and stared out the window of the train. The lights of the residential areas pass us by, man-made shooting stars in the night sky. Under each light lives someone who I will never meet. They'll live out full lives of their own and die, our lives never intersecting. Mayuri and I are riding the same train now, but will we someday be like the strangers behind the lights, walking through different lives, our paths never to cross? I shook my head to clear these invasive thoughts. Why am I even thinking about this? I swear it's all because Mayuri said that weird stuff. Oh, I see the interior of our train car reflected in the dark window. And of course, I see Mayuri and myself. I frowned. Mayuri's looking at her cell phone, but she's wearing such a sad expression. Even though she just said today was so fun, she must have felt my suspicious gaze since she lifted her head and met my gaze in the mirror-like window.
あ、まゆし、ちょっとお腹空いちゃったんだよ。
Mayuri sheepishly rubbed her stomach. Then she took out her grandmother's pocket watch, pocketing to check the time.
だってほら、もうこんな時間だもん。お腹がね、ぐるるってなってるのです。
池袋の駅で何か食べていくか？
Mayuri said this with a smile. She's acting like herself again.
そうだ、これ。
Mayuri took an envelope from her bag. It had ARC Rewrite logo on it. The director gave it to her as compensation for the photo shoot. I got one as well.
ラボのために使ってほしいな。
いや、気持ちだけもらっておく。それは衣装代にでもするといい。
でも
成り行きとはいえ、俺にもバイト代が出た。ラボの方はそれがあるから大丈夫だ。
To be perfectly honest, the amount I got today wouldn't cover everything, but I plan to make up for the remainder through other part-time jobs. I couldn't take Mayuri's money from her. At least, that was my rationale. When I let go of her hand, Mayuri reluctantly returned the envelope to her bag. I looked at the clock. 3. I must have fallen asleep on the couch. What did I do after that? I looked around the dim lab and started to get lost in thought. I got dragged into Mayuri's photo shoot at the amusement park. Then we headed home by train and... Oh, that's right. I remembered that I had something to do at the lab, but when I got here, I just crashed.
おい、誰？クリスティーナ？
I called, but no one answered. Nobody was in the development room. I guess everyone's gone home tonight. Or so I thought. I hear the sound of running water in the shower room. Who could that be? When I looked in that direction, I noticed that the curtain in the changing room that leads to the shower was open. In the clothing basket sat Mayuri's clothes, and carelessly left on top of the pile her underwear. I quickly looked away, but the image of the blue and white striped panties had been imprinted in my head.
ちゃんとカーテン閉めろよ。いくら俺が眠ってるとはいえ、無防備すぎるだろ。
Talking to myself, I reached toward to curtain to close it. But as I approached, I heard the shower room door unlock.
うわ！
ああ、オカリン、起きたの？
って、なんでシャワー浴びるのに水着を着てるのだ？お前は。
Arulniuk sir said. Best viewers on stream.com remove the space mdtlkvkh.
That surprised me. I mean, it's probably for the best that we avoided the awkward situation of me seeing her naked. But who does that?
これ？オカリンが喜ぶかなって思って。
なんでだ？
I answered to her right away, but Mayuri looked at me passionately. She slowly came out of the bathroom. Water was dripping down from her body. The water that built up on her hair, shoulder, and cleavage flowed down her swimming suit, then to her belly button, and finally down to her feet.
おい。
オカリン、この前プールでマユシンのこといっぱい見てたでしょ？だからまた着てみたんだ。
いや、あれはそういうことではない。
じゃあどういうこと？
どういうもこういうも、だな。
オカリンの意地悪。マユ
ってお前なんか変だぞ。
変じゃないよ。マユシーだってこういうことできるんだよ。
She slowly moved her hands toward her bikini. What? What is she going to do?
いやいやいややめなさい、まゆりさん。
マユシーがこんなことしても嬉しくない。
いや、嬉しいとか嬉しくないとかそういう問題ではなく、
クリスチャンのこと
何？
Without realizing it, I had started backing up. Mayuri slowly followed me. The droplets of water she left on the lab floor reflected the lights above and shone brilliantly.
クリスティーナがどうしたって？
アカリンはクリスチャンの裸の方がドキドキするんでしょ。
あんなのにドキドキなどしない。そもそもあいつが裸になどなるか。
じゃあ萌香さん、それともエリスちゃんかな。
どっちもありえんわ。
I tried to keep backing up, but I tripped over the leg of the table and fell onto the sofa. Mayuri comes closer and leans over me. Droplets of water fall from her hair and splash on my cheeks.
マユシーはね、ずっと思ってたんだよ。
Stream elements
オカリンが
said.
マユシー
Stay
の
moist, my
こと
friends,
好きになっ
hydrate.
てくれないかなって。マユシーのこと抱いてくれないかなって。
Her wet lips got close to mine. That's when I realized that she had removed her bikini.
正気になれ、まゆり。こんなのお前じゃない。
That's right. This couldn't be her. Which means, I see now. This is a dream. It must be. You organization bastards. You managed to perfect the nightmare controlling Death 13, didn't you? And while this isn't too bad as far as nightmares go, I have to get back to reality. I let out my battle cry and tried to escape from her arms. And at that moment, I slipped off the couch, my head crashing into the floor. Sparks flashed in front of my eyes, and my vision widened out.
オカリン？ねえ、オカリン。オカリンってば、起きて。
I could hear someone calling me, someone shaking my body, and my vision slowly returned to me.
大丈夫？オカリン。
Mayuri's face was right in front of mine. I sprang up in surprise.
まさか夢じゃなかったのか。
何が？
Mayuri looks at me with puzzlement.
何がって。
Now that I get a better look at her, I realize that she is fully clothed. Besides, we're not even in the lab. We're in my room. A quick glance at the clock reveals that it's 10.
やっぱり夢か。
Feeling completely drained, I rolled over, smacking my head on the corner of my desk. That's when I realized I wasn't lying on the bed, but on the floor. I guess I slipped off during my nightmare. What a dream that was. I caught a glimpse of my Yuri looking at me, blushed, and quickly shook it off.
びっくりしちゃった。オカリンが床の上でなってるんだもん。
いや、恐るべき精神攻撃を受けてな。だがもう大丈夫だ。それより前に、なぜ俺の部屋にいる？
バナナを買いに来たらね、オカリンがまだ起きてこないってオカリンのお父さんが言うから。
それで親父に叩き起こして来いと言われたのか？
そうなんだ。
To clarify, my family has run a clean grocer downtown for a long time. We're not only patronized by locals, but we even have restaurants coming to us for produce, so I think we're in good shape. On another note, my father is anything but cute. Even my Yuri referring to him as my dad sounds a little too cutesy.
久しぶりだけど、前とあんまり変わってないね。
My Yuri looked around as she made her assessment.
ラボが自分の部屋みたいなものだし。
Now that she mentions it, though, how many years has it been since my Yuri was in here last? I remember we used to hang out in my room when we were in junior high, but that got awkward when I entered high school and we started hanging out at fast food places or karaoke more often. Karaoke.
実はちょっとワクワクしていたのです。ほら、漫画やゲームでよくあるでしょ。幼なじみの女の子が朝だよ起きなさいってお布団を剥ぐの、あれができるんだって。
そんなのでワクワクするのか？
するよ。なのにオカリンってば床に飛べちゃーって落っこちてるんだもん。マユシーはがっかりなのです。
好きで落ちていたわけではないわ。
だからね、もう一回寝てほしいな。
何？
ベッドに寝てくれたら起きなさいってやるから。
やらんでいい。
I quickly stood bolt upright. My Yuri looked disappointed, but after a moment she gave up, took my futon out of my bed, and started holding it.
何をしてるんだ？
干すんだよ。
いやいやいや、そんなことしてくれなくていいから。
でもせっかくいいお天気だし、ちゃんと干さないとダメだと思うな。
だけどほら、汗臭いだろ。俺がやるからいいって。
大丈夫。オカリンのだから。マユシー気にならないよ。
My Yuri smiled as if she were having fun and went downstairs with my futon and pillow. Unable to stop the Mayuri train, I went to the bathroom to brush my teeth. I returned to my room to see Mayuri tidying up.
悪い。
お掃除とか好きだから気にしないで。
I can rest easy. I scan all my erotic magazines and keep those scans a secret folder in my computer, encrypted naturally. Doing so allows me to avoid the cliche where your childhood friend stumbles onto something embarrassing in your room. You're a master of risk management, Ho Owen Kyoma.
これはここに置いとくね。
それは俺の本ではない。機関のスパイが俺を陥れるために置いていったのだ。
Damn it, I completely forgot that I had some pre-scan magazines under the bed.
まさかこれもシュタインズゲートの選択だというのか。
そうだね。せっかくだからお洗濯もしちゃう？
いやいや、そっちの選択ではない。というか、お前に洗濯なんてしてもらうわけにはいかないぞ。
でもね、オカリンのお母さんはあさってまで留守なんでしょ？
My mom had headed out for Kyushu with her high school friends. They planned a ladies' trip to the hot springs there.
洗濯物を溜めちゃうと後で大変だね。
それはそうだが。
それじゃあお部屋の外で待ってるからお洋服と下着は脱いでね。
But Mayuri had left the room before I had formed a coherent thought. I don't know. Can I really ask her to do this? I take no pleasure in her seeing my used underwear. Darwin, on the other hand, would probably get a nosebleed from the excitement, pervert champion that he is.
オカリン、まだ？
あ、はい、今すぐ。
I give in and remove my clothes. After a while, Mayuri had washed all of the laundry she had collected, and even my bed sheets. Right now, I can hear Mayuri spreading and hanging wet laundry in the garden. Those sounds make it difficult to focus on the report I'm working on in my room. Wait a minute. Is Mayuri done with her homework? I haven't seen her working on it lately. Is she going to be crying on the 31st when she finds herself playing catch-up? Well, since she did my laundry, I can't let her suffer alone. I guess I'm going to be up all night on the last day of summer break, helping her finish everything.
まゆりちゃん、すまねえな。
I hear my father's voice coming from the yard.
気にしないでください。マユシーは好きでやってるのです。
好きって僕ら息子が
Seriously? Don't ask her that.
そうじゃなくて、お洗濯がですよ。
赤くなって乾いたらねえな。
Do you enjoy teasing innocent high school girls? Since when did you get old enough for dad jokes? Since he became a dad, probably.
はい、これでよしと。お洗濯物が真っ白になるのって気持ちいいな。
She must have just finished hanging everything up to dry. She sounded so happy and satisfied to be done. I imagine that she's looking at the laundry and smiling.
ああ、そうだ、まゆりちゃん。
はい？
ちょいと小耳に挟んだんだがね。まゆりちゃんの家、引っ越しちまうのかい？
What? I leapt to my feet, knocking over the chair I was sitting in. When I stick my head out the window, I can hear her between pieces of hanging laundry. Mayuri's moving? What is this? I haven't heard about it.
まゆりちゃんのお父さん、北海道に転勤なんだってな。
そうです。
まゆりちゃんも一緒に行っちまうのか？寂しくなるね。
Hokkaido? Are you kidding? This can't. This has to be a joke, right? I feel the blood drain from my face. It's just a friend moving away, that's all. I know that, but for some reason, I can't keep myself from trembling. My hands go white from clutching the window frame. They suddenly feel like they belong to someone else. I see Mayuri turn her head in my direction. She seems to be worried about whether I could overhear them or not.
ちょっと違うの。お父さんとお母さんは北海道に行くけど、マユシーは行かないと思うのです。
Did I hear that correctly?
うん、マユシーは東京に学校があるから北海道には行けないんだ。だから上野のおばさんの家に居候させてもらおうと思ってます。
じゃあマユリちゃんだけは上野に引っ越し？
ここから離れるのはちょっと寂しいけど。
I sat on the bed and wiped the sweat from my forehead. What? Ueno? That's hardly worth being worried about. It's pretty far from where we are now, but that really close to the lab in Akihabara. I'm there more often anyway, so it might actually be an improvement.
そっか。ならよ、いっそうちに居候しちまったらどうだい？居候が肩身が狭いってなら嫁でどうだ？凛太郎の嫁に来るといいよ、マユリちゃん。
I stood back up again. What the hell is he saying?
いや、冗談じゃなくてな、マユリちゃんが凛太郎の嫁になってくれりゃこんな嬉しいことはねえんだから。
Mayuri seemed to be panicking. This isn't good. If I leave him be, things might just get weirder from here.
おーい、マユリ、ちょっとすまん。
I called her nonchalantly, acting as if I didn't hear them talking.
はーい、今行くよ。
Mayuri looked relieved as she left the yard.
あのな、あ、
Shit. I didn't think about what I would actually talk to her about when I called her. While I was fumbling around for something to say, it seemed Mayuri somehow realized that I overheard their conversation. She shifted uncomfortably for a moment, then hung her head.
黙っててごめんね、おかり。
何が？
私のこと、あんたが
いや、それなら構わん。お前が人質でさえあればな。あと、親父が変なことを言ったが、気にするな。
Why did I even bring that up? Mayuri seemed confused at first, but worked up into a fluster once she realized what I was talking about.
だから気にするなというのに。
してないよ。マユシーはいつものマユシーで。
Damn it, old man. Why did you have to make things awkward? As I was blaming him in my head, I heard him call from the yard.
おい、凛太郎、ちゃんと起きてるか？
起きてるよ。
俺な、ちょっくら出かけてくっから、お前店番してろ。
は？
じゃあ頼んだぞ。
ちょっと待てって。
By the time I had formulated a protest, he was gone. You're just heading out to play patchy slot or something, aren't you?
なぜ野菜何度を売らねばならんのだ。
手伝うよ、おかり。
いや、お前では近所のおばちゃんたちには勝てん。
そうなの？
ああ、あれは世界中の政府の恐れ、機関の諜報部と同じなのだ。一度捕まってしまったがさ、言葉だけで尋問され、極秘情報の全てを洗いざらに抜き取られてしまう。
Just the other day, one smiled at me and said, "Why, hello, Rintaro-chan. I hear that there are a lot of ladies in your life lately. Don't make Mayuri-chan cry." And the rate at which gossip spreads amongst these old ladies is truly frightening.
ということで、お前は先にラボに行ってろ。任務はこの俺が遂行する。
If any one of those ladies saw the two of us tending the store together, this whole neighborhood would be flooded with rumors.
へい、いらっしゃいいらっしゃい。そこの奥さん寄っていかない。ああ、そっちの人参は150円だけど、少しおまけしちゃおうかな。キャベツを半分かい？いいよ、カットしちゃうよ。
っておいこらー、ラボに行ったんじゃないのか。
まゆしいね、実は昔からやってみたかったんだよ、八百屋さん。
We tended the store for the next 2 or so hours. 80% of the ladies who came to the store said, "Oh, Rintaro-chan, you finally got married." One of them even looked at Mayuri and cried, "I always knew the two of you would wind up together," whatever that means. When we were finally released from our duty, I was spent. Mayuri looked tired too, but she smiled at me and said one of my dreams came true. Pretending to run a grocery store is a pretty easy dream to grant. When I told her that, she just laughed at me. It was cute.
今日はなかなか出席率が高いな。
Mayuri and I had a late lunch at Kitchen Jiro, and when we arrived at the lab, everyone except Lukako was there. He had texted me earlier and told me he was really busy preparing for tomorrow's festival. Though, so that was unsurprising.
聞いたに聞いたにゃ。今日だったらもう。
聞いたって何をな。
I stopped the hyperactive Ferris with my right hand.
遊園地の写真のことにゃ。岡部倫太郎もモデルをやったんだって。
What is this? I did everything in my power to keep the details of the shoot under wraps. Noeka should be the only one who knows.
しかしびっくりよね。
Shining finger, you backstabber. I'll see you in court. But when I looked at her with fire in my eyes, Moeka simply shook her head. I haven't said anything. Then who told them? Damn it. Come to think of it, I never explicitly told her not to tell anyone.
いや別に構わんぞ。この法王院長の新たなる才能が開花したのだからな。大いに広めるがいい。
Well, I can't unring that bell. At least all the photos will show are my hand and back. That's not fair, Okabe-kun. You're so nice to Shina-san. I'm jealous.
いや、勘違いするな、視圧師よ。俺はお前を疑ったことなど一度もないぞ。
You were just staring, weren't you? Sort of a clutch holding type, aren't you, finger? Oh, there's something I need the two of you to confirm for me today. Something you need to confirm. As I was wondering this, Noeka pulled out a USB memory stick out of her pocket. It was about pinky size and had a keyring attached to it for an easier grip. I don't know what it is, but I interrupt Dalu's web surfing and hand it to him.
何これ？
視圧師から見てほしいらしい。
Daru inserted the USB memory onto his computer, and a folder popped up on screen. A folder containing a bunch of photos. They were named Photo 1, Photo A2, Photo A3, and so on. Kurisu was the first to realize what they were.
もしかして昨日撮影したっていう写真じゃないの？
何？そうなのか？
I turned to Moeka for confirmation, and she nodded.
サイトに使いたい写真編集部ですることした確認してほしい。いや、見たい見たい。
Everyone gathers around the computer, and Daru prepared to click the first photo.
ちょっと待って。みんなに見られたら恥ずかしいのです。
Mayuri tries to cover the screen, but the gentleman Daru interjects.
秘密の写真を無理やりさらされるマユシの姫。できればもう少し涙声でお願いします。
変態は死ね。ねえ、キリュウさん、別に変な写真じゃないんでしょ？
Mayuri was protesting, but she also snuck a glance at the PC screen. I think Moeka's saying, "They're really beautiful," has her curious.
隠しても意味ないにゃ。どのみちサイトが出来上がればみんなに見られてしまうだにゃ。
Mayuri thought this over for a bit, but she gave up or fell to her curiosity to see the pictures. She moved away from the computer. I'm also curious as to how our shots turned out. I take an interested look at the screen.
それじゃ、マユシの秘蔵写真を見てみるお。
Daru clicked a file, and the photo expanded onto the screen. Everyone was awestruck by what they saw. I had seen Mayuri like this in person yesterday, but I must admit, even I was stunned into silence. Standing in the light of the carousel, Mayuri looked almost fairy-like in her dress. On her face she wore a cute smile. Her eyes, narrowed by her smile, were glistening as they reflected the sparkling lights. Her skin looked as smooth as fine china, and her cheeks were a cherry blossom pink. Her glossed lips were similarly floral, looking like a small bud of a rose.
かわいいね。すっごくいいじゃない、まゆり。
マユシ間違いなくブレイクの予感。
そんなことないよ。プロの人がメイクしてくれてね、綺麗に撮ってくれたからだよ。
Everyone praised Mayuri as she blushed and wiggled.
ダールニャン、次見せて、次。
オケだお。
Daru clicked on the next file.
うわ、これもいいじゃない。これならフェイリスの正当な後継者として妖精界の女王の座を譲ることができそうにゃ。
With each new file Daru clicked, Mayuri's beautiful image danced across the screen. The lab nymphs oohed and awed and cheered. But every time she was praised, Mayuri would writhe around and make uncomfortable noises like fwa.
ここからファイル名がちょっと変わるな。なんなん？
They're named Photo B1, Photo B2, and so on.
シチュエーションが違うの。
ああ、そういうこと。
早く見せてよ、橋田。
うん、ポチッとな。
The ladies and Daru opened their eyes wide. 1 beat later, the blood drained from my face and I screamed.
何
On the merry-go-round on the screen, I saw Mayuri smiling and myself accompanying her in a tuxedo. Shining Finger, what have you done? This isn't what you told me. I'm not obscured in this picture at all.
どういうことだ貴様。
いい写真だったから。
いやいやいや、このままでは期間に消されるぞ。
As I drew near Moeka, I heard a few assorted comments from the lab nymphs.
偽物だ。僕は認めない。こんなの僕と同類のオカリンじゃないよ。
同類って何の同類だ？
あんたさ、普段からこうしてればいいのに。そうしたらもっと女性から親近感を持たれると思うな。
I've never been praised for my appearance before, so I have no idea how to respond here.
他にもあるのかにゃ、二人の写真。
ここからここまで全部。
勘弁してくれ。
Having hit my limit, I walked away from the computer, slumped onto the couch, and put my head in my hands. My God, are these happy photos of me going to be seen by the general public? Is this how the world will see the mad scientist who will plunge it into chaos? While I was soaking in my agony on the couch, the lab nymphs kept chirping over the photos. In spite of my internal exhortations for the computer to break down and for the data to be erased, the PC continued displaying pictures without a hitch.
この写真もそうだけど、どれもまゆりの表情がいいのよね。うん、可愛いんだけど、なんかちょっとだけ色っぽいにゃ。驚いたよ。椎名まゆりにこんな顔ができるとは想像もしてなかった。
やばいっす。ロリでちょいエロは無敵っす。
みんなもういいでしょ。次の写真に行こうよ。
Mayuri couldn't stand having her photos put under a microscope and wanted to move on to the next one. But Ferris seemed to love being able to tease Mayuri like this. She had a look in her eye like a cat playing with a toy.
にゅふふまゆしフェイリスは思うのにゃ
Ferris extends her finger and points it directly at Mayuri's nose.
これは恋する女の子の顔だにゃ
Ferris's accusation made Mayuri jump. She blushed all the way to the tips of her ears.
おいこらフェイリス、あんまりマユリを困らせるな。
にゅふ
Ferris looked back at me and the edges of her lips turned up. It really made her look like a cat. She slowly points her accusing finger in my direction.
なんだ。
この写真まゆしを見つめる京馬の顔も恋をしてるにゃ
Mayuri jumped once again.
ふにゃフェイリスの聖なる任務は失敗だにゃ天上界に持ち帰らなくちゃいけない京馬の魂を先にまゆしに奪われてしまったのにゃ
オカリンのくせに生意気だ。リア充爆発しろ。
岡部のくせに生意気だ。リア充爆発しろ。
Daru and Kurisu spoke simultaneously.
お前らいい加減にするがいい。俺はカオスより生まれた呪われし地平の創造主だ。愛だの恋だのと下賤な感情は持ち合わせておらんわ。
ねえまゆり、悪いこと言わないからこんなのやめた方がいいわよ。中二病がうつるから。
聞こえよがしに不愉快なことを言うな。まゆりも本気で悩むなよ。
Having had enough of this nonsense, I stood up from the couch. I put my wallet in my pocket and headed for the exit.
おい視圧師、写真の確認なんて今すぐやらんでもいいんだろ。
できるな。今週中。
じゃあ俺は後でやるからな。
After I confirmed that with Moeka, I exited the lab saying I needed to get something at the convenience store.
それじゃあそろそろ帰るわね。
ルカニャンの神社のお祭りって一回ここに集合してからみんなで行くのかにゃ
なあ、それがいいだろう。
楽しみだな。私初めてなんだよね、お祭り。
私も。
Kurisu slowly opened the door and stepped outside. Ferris, Suzuha, and Moeka followed.
本当にいいの？まゆり起こさなくて。
なあ、いろいろあって疲れたんだろう。終電前には起こしてやるから大丈夫だ。
Mayuri is asleep, breathing calmly on the couch. She looks comfortable there that I would feel sorry to wake her up.
あんた、襲ったらダメよ。
襲うか？誰もいるんだ。そんなことできんだろ。
I tilt my head in the direction of the development room. I can hear the sound of pages turning and a lecherous chuckle behind the curtain. He must be reading the doujin manga he got at Komimo. He told me that he can't read it when Ferris Tan is around, so they're most likely of the risque variety.
それじゃあまた明日にゃ、今日は。
なあ、またな。
The ladies descended the stairs and set off back to their respective homes.
さてと。
I sit down in front of the computer. I made sure that Daru was occupied with his dojins. Then I inserted the USB into the computer and opened the photo folder. I couldn't really get a look at them earlier because everyone was so worked up, but every photo really did look amazing. In one photo, Mayuri might be smiling broadly like a little girl, but she would be giving a subtle, mature smile in the next. I don't think I had seen such a range of emotions in the time that I had known her. I lost myself in the photos, and time started passing me by. Once I finished looking at all the photos, I stretched out. All of them looked great, but I appeared in way more of them than I thought I would.
騙したなしやつしめ。こんなことなら、もっとバイト代を踏んどくっておけばよかった。
My eyes aching from staring at the screen for so long, I stood up to get some Dr. P, but a glance at the clock hit me like a punch to the gut. How is it this late already? I guess I really got engrossed in those photos.
おい、まゆり。そろそろ12時だぞ。帰る支度しろ。
I got close to her and gently shook her shoulder.
ほら、起きろというのに。
マイシダメ。
電車なくなっちまうぞ。
Mayuri curled up on the sofa, holding her legs in her arms. She calmly exhaled and went back to sleep. I shook her shoulder a little more strongly this time.
おい、まゆり。ここに泊まっていってもいいが、だったら家に電話しろ。明日お墓参りなんだろ。
Mayuri took her phone out of her bag and sleepily dialed her home number into it. She tells her parents that she's going to stay the night in the lab. The moment she ends the call, she falls back asleep, the phone still in her hand.
たくしょうがないやつだな。
She's still a kid. I smiled wryly as I took her phone from her hand and placed it back in her bag. Inside the bag, I caught sight of Robo Mayushi looking almost complete. The sound of Mayuri's breathing makes me sleepy. I pop my head into the development room to chat with Daru before bed.
おい、ダル。俺もちょっと寝る。もしも帰るんなら、鍵をかけていけよ。
あ
Daru was too engrossed in his doujinshi to do any more than grunt. I sat next to Mayuri, leaned back on the couch, and closed my eyes. Little by little, the rhythm of Mayuri's breathing and my own began to sync up. As it did, I was lulled into a calm sleep. The distant sound of the shower had woken me up. I rubbed my eyes and looked at the clock. 3. I had planned on just taking a nap, but I guess I actually fell asleep for a while. I turned my head toward the shower room. Under the patter of the shower, I can hear my Yuri's breathing. She must be the one showering. Then where could Daru be? When I looked over at the development room, the lights were off. He must have gone home. Wait, I was overwhelmed by a feeling of deja vu. I remembered this situation. I've done this before. That's right. This is the curious dream I had last night. The one where Mayuri was wearing her bikini in the shower for some reason and then comes onto me. It's completely baffling. I returned my gaze to the shower room again. Unlike my dream, the curtains closed and there's no way that she would show up in her bikini. This is stupid. I managed to push that tenacious image from my mind and leaned back on the couch. It's the middle of the night. Daru's not here, and I've got nothing to do. I close my eyes to try and get back to sleep. With my eyes closed, I'm unable to focus on anything but the sound of the shower. And something she said to me in the dream came back to me like a refrain.
マユシーはね、ずっと思ってたんだよ。オカリンがマユシーのこと好きになってくれないかなって。マユシーのこと抱いてくれないかなって。
I tried to shake the voice out of my head. My heart began to pound a little bit faster. That's enough. Ho Owen, Kioma, think about something else. Anything else. But the human brain is a fascinating thing. The more I tell myself to think about something else, the harder it gets to do so, and the harder it gets in general. Mayuri having fun at the photo shoot at the park. Mayuri saving my life at the pool. I think of the way Mayuri expresses herself, see her face over and over in different ways. The shower stopped, and I heard the person in the shower coming out, drying their body with a towel, getting dressed. It all sounds sensual. If Daru steps out of this shower, I'll have a funny story to tell. I think before I hear Mayuri quietly sigh. Okay, slow down. Why do I feel so nervous about this? Mayuri's taken tons of showers at our lab, so why do I feel like a puberty-stricken middle schooler now? Once she had finished dressing, the curtain opened, and Mayuri stepped out. Unsure of how to respond to this, I quickly pretended to be asleep. If I opened my eyes right now, Mayuri's so sensitive that she would feel bad about waking me up. Better to just fake it. Besides, I felt kind of guilty for having such dirty thoughts. I hear Mayuri quietly walking around the lab. The smell of her shampoo and body wash tickles my nose. In what I presume was an attempt to not wake me up, Mayuri slowly opened the door of the fridge, took out some barley tea, poured it into a glass, and drank it. She sighed and walked over to me. Then she sat down right beside me. She stayed still for a moment. Then she rustled around in her bag and took something out. I very slightly opened my eyes to see her holding Robo Mayushi in one hand and a sewing needle in the other. It's almost complete, so she must be putting the finishing touches on it. She kept sewing Robo Mayusi's clothes for a while. Then she sighed and spoke aloud.
できた。
She put down her sewing implements and raised Robo Mayushi to eye level. She's probably checking for any problems.
完璧です。
Mayuri muttered to herself contentedly, then placed her handcrafted doppelganger on the table.
おかりん、大切にしてくれるかな。してくれるよね。
The next moment, she turned to me. I closed my eyes in a panic. That was close, but somehow I don't think she noticed. I tried not to move a muscle as Mayuri stares at me, or at least, I think she's staring at me. For a long time, I don't hear anything but the sounds of her breathing. How long is this going to last? Tired of pretending to be asleep, I started planning how I could pretend to wake up. First, I'll start moving like I'm about to wake up, then open my eyes and mumble, "Oh, what is it, Mayuri?" Yes, this is perfect. Let's do this. But just as I was about to enact my brilliant wake up plan, Mayuri started talking.
ルカ君の神社のお祭り。まゆし、本当は行きたかったな。おかりんと一緒に。行きたかったな。
She spoke so quietly I could barely hear her, but her words quietly hit my ears.
昔はよく一緒にお祭りを見に行ったよね。あれは岸魔神様のお祭りだったかな。旗菓子、あんず飴、金魚すくい、水風船、みんな大好きだったよ。あとね、オカリンが射的で取ってくれたお人形、実はね、まだ持ってるんだ。で、マユシーの宝物なのです。
She stopped talking for a while. After the silence, the tone of her voice had changed slightly.
だけどね、お祭りは人がいっぱいいて、マユシーはいっつも迷子になっちゃったよね。それで一人で泣いてると必ずオカリンが見つけてくれた。泣いてるマユシーの手を引いて、もう泣くなよっていっつも言ってくれた。その時思ったんだ。オカリンがいればもう大丈夫だって、もう何にも怖くないんだって。オカリンがいれば何にも。
Mayuri stopped speaking, returning the room to complete silence. I wish I could see her face right now, but with my eyes closed like this, I can only imagine. Then the smell of her shampoo grows stronger. The sound of her breathing and the swish of her clothes draw closer to my face. Oh, what is she going to do? I held my breath. Her soft hand timidly touches my cheek. She delicately strokes my face as if to trace its shape. Is this another dream like the one I had yesterday? So I'm going to wake up in my room. Then a surprised Mayuri is going to come in to see me on the floor. Is that it? I feel a warm drop of water land on my cheek. 1 drop, 2, then 3. They quickly multiplied in number, and I hear the quiet sounds of crying. Wait, is Mayuri crying? I open my eyes. Mayuri gasped and covered her face with her hands. She jumped up from the sofa and rushed straight into the shower room.
おいマユリ
I followed after her. But just before I reached the shower room, I heard it lock in front of me.
マユリどうしたんだおい
ごめんね。起こしちゃった。
お前なんで泣いてるんだ
泣いてないよ。
嘘だ泣いてただろう今
泣いてなんかいません。
話してみろわけを
泣いてないもん。
Mayuri insisted strongly. Not knowing what to do, I lightly tapped on the shower room door.
わかったお前は泣いてないだから開けてくれそんなところにいたら暑くてたまらないだろうなあマユリ
Hearing that only made me more worried about her, so I tried to knock a little louder. Just then, the lab entrance opened behind me.
どったのオカリン
I looked around to see Daru lumbering into the lab. He looked slightly baffled to see me.
帰ったんじゃなかったのか
小腹が減って牛丼食べてきたんだお
A beef bowl for a snack. This late is what I would normally say, but now is not the time. If someone saw me like this without knowing what was going on, they would.
あれマユシは
ああ、ダルくんおかえり。
なんだシャワーかんうわオカリンが入浴中のマユシを襲っている
違うと勘違いするなマユリはちゃんと服を着ている
は
中に閉じこもったので出てくるよう説得していたのだ
閉じこもったのなんで
あいやそれは
I didn't know what to say. Since I have no idea why she cried, there really isn't anything I can say.
はまさかやっぱりマユシを襲っちゃったんだねだからマユシはそこに逃げ込んでこの鬼畜紳士じゃないリアル変態
それも違うわおいマユリ誰が変な勘違いをしてかなわん頼むから出てきてくれ
Shortly after I said that, the shower room was unlocked, and Mayuri shyly stepped out. Her cheeks are red, but is it because it was humid inside, or she's embarrassed that I saw her cry? I couldn't tell, but the way Mayuri smiled at Daru, you would think she was never crying.
あ、冷蔵庫を開けようとしたら茶色い虫さんが出たんだよ。
茶色い虫ああゴキ
ダメだよ。それ以上言っちゃダメ。茶色い虫さんはマユシーに襲いかかってきたの。ガーって。だから驚いてここに逃げ込んだんだ。ねえお
え？ああ、そうだな。
I agree with Mayuri's made-up story.
虫は俺が退治した。だからもう出てこいと、そうマユリに言っていたところなんだ。
I couldn't tell whether Daru believed that story or not, but he didn't pry any further. He sat down in front of the computer and started playing a vertical shooter he got from Komima. I was worried about Mayuri, but with Daru around, I couldn't really ask her about why she was crying. Even if I tried to ask, she would probably run away over towards Daru. It all meant that I wasn't able to find out why she was crying. And right when the first train started running in the morning, Mayuri stood up and said, "I have the memorial service today, so I should get going." She put on her shoes and was about to walk out when she turned to me.
ねえオカリ、ロゴマユシやっとできたんだよ。
わあ、わあ、そのようだな。
I look over at the Mayuri doll on top of the fridge.
そう言っただろ。心配するな。
よかった。
Mayuri smiled from the bottom of her heart and then said sorry for some reason. I was going to ask her what she was sorry for, but by then she waved goodbye to Daru and me and headed down the stairs.
おい、マイリー。
I leaned out of the window
Stream
and called
elements.
out to Mayuri
Said,
as she walked down
"Stay
the
moist,
stage.
my friends, hydrate."
She turned and looked up at me.
今度またお祭り行こうな。昔みたいに。
Mayuri waved her hand as she walked away. After all that, I still didn't know the reason for Mayuri's tears. At that time, I wasn't able to ask her, but only half a day later,
この帯はどっち向きにつけるの？
こっちだにゃ。いやいや違う、そっちじゃなくて。
こうかしら。模様が逆にならない？
その模様はその向きでいいのにゃ。
ああ、なるほどね。
that afternoon, the lab nymphs gathered at the lab to prepare for the festival. Kurisu and Ferris each brought their own yukata and were getting changed behind the development room curtain, though Kurisu seems to be struggling. Hello, Kyoma-san. Today's the festival. It's still early, but it's getting crowded at the shrine. I'm at the main building, selling fortunes and amulets. Please drop by later. Lukaku, the more people there are, the more evil energy there is. There might be some evil spirit trying to latch itself onto you. Keep Samidare on you at all times. Thank you so much, Kyoma-san. Rest assured I will keep Samidare with me. By the way, what time are you coming by? It might be a little while. Shining Finger and the part-time warrior are still at work. Plus, Christina is taking forever to get her yukata on. Could she be any more of a headache? A yukata? That's awesome. I've always wanted to wear one, but I'm working today, so I'm just in my Miko outfit. Okay, water got. There's nothing shameful about wearing a Miko outfit during a festival, save wearing a yukata for another occasion. Really, I'm sure you can wear a yukata whenever you want to, just wear it, silly. Sounds good to me. Tell everyone I said hello. Tell them yourself when we get there.
ちょっとそこの変態。
オカリン呼んでるよ。
あんたのことだ橋だ。
何？もしかして着替え手伝ってほしいの？
一歩でも入って殺すからな。そうじゃなくて、なんかものすごい鼻息が聞こえてくるんだけど、変な想像してるんじゃないでしょうね。
失礼だな。僕は別に女子の着替えの音とかで興奮する趣味はないですよ。
嘘だね。絶対に嘘だ。
I hear Christina and Daru having the same sort of argument they always have. When I asked her why she didn't get changed at her hotel, she said that she didn't know how to wear a yukata properly. That's why Ferris is helping her get dressed. After a while, the curtain opened and Kurisu and Ferris stepped out wearing their yukata.
浴衣に猫耳の最強コンボきたー。もえもえもえもえ。
もううるさいな。何よ岡部、チロチロ見て。
いや、意外と似合うでもないか、クリスティーナ。
意外とは余計だっつうの。
Kurisu starts picking a fight with me, but she actually looks like she's having fun. She might even be a little flattered.
でも本当に似合ってるにゃ。そうしてると生粋の日本人みたいだにゃ。
いやいやいや、生粋の日本人だから。
名前がクリスティーナなのに。
岡部のせいで本気で誤解してる人がいるんですけど。
おいこらフェイリス、クリスティーナといいのはお前と同じマナだぞ。
マナじゃねえ。いいフェイリスさん、この際だからきちんと説明する。よく聞いて。
Kurisu launched into a long explanation about how her name wasn't Christina, or Assistant, or Celeb 7, or Experiment Nerd, or @Channeler, or Christine. I looked at the two of them talking, clad in their yukata. What the hell was that? Phone? Oh, we have a flood watch. Well, that's nice to know. I mean, I'm on the second floor of an apartment, so even if the first floor gets flooded, I'm good, right? Flood watch, okay. That was a weird notification sound, though. That weather app must have gotten updated or something. And all of a sudden, I feel lonely. I knew why. It's because I saw Robo Mayushi sitting on top of the fridge.
ルカ君の神社のお祭り。まゆし、本当は行きたかったな。オカリンと一緒に行きたかったな。
If Mayuri were here, she would be wearing a yukata like the other girls, laughing and smiling. Oh, that's right. I told Mayuri that I would take her to a festival soon. There should be one in Akihabara next month, if I remember correctly. I'm going to treat her to cotton candy or candied plums, or whatever she wants. The door to the lab opened, and we all turned to look. There stood Moeka, dressed in a yukata of her own.
驚いたにゃ。すっごく色っぽいにゃ。
With everyone's eyes on her, Moeka seems to be feeling a little unsure. She started fidgeting uncomfortably, but then she walked over to me and handed me a box. It was a white cardboard box, large enough to require both hands. Or it would, without the handy strings that wrapped around it to make it easier to hold.
なんだ？
It was then that I realized what it was. The only thing I had ever asked Moeka for.
譲ってもらえたのか。
開けてみて。
あ、
I fumbled with the string, but eventually got the box open. Just as I thought, there was the beautiful clear star. It seems to be made of clear acrylic rather than crystal, but the rainbow reflected within it is beautiful all the same.
にゃ。なにこれなにこれ。
すごいわ。どうしたの？
Everyone looks into the box.
クリスマスツリーの星だ。例の遊園地の撮影で使った。
シーナさん欲しそうだったから。
なるほど。岡部のくせに割とロマンティックなことするのね。
ロマンティック？
わざわざ頼み込んだんでしょ？まゆりにプレゼントしたいからって。
そんな恥ずかしいこと俺がするわけないだろ
岡部君に頼み込まれた。
やっぱり
始圧師は余計なこと言うな。
Still, Kurisu and Faris looked at me and smiled. I also got the feeling that behind her glasses, Finger was smiling with her eyes. I heard Daru murmuring, nothing wrong with being a loner, to himself.
ねえ岡部、まゆりとの付き合いも長いんでしょ？そろそろいいんじゃないの？
そろそろって何がだ？
その星をプレゼントするときにさ、思い切って言っちゃいなさいよ。
だから言うって何がだ？
にゃはは。またまたとぼけちゃって。
恋愛まで中二病丸出しなのはどうかと思うわよ。
お前にそんなこと言われる筋合いはないわ。この妄想恋愛大好きっ子め。
誰が妄想恋愛大好きっ子か。
それじゃあ今日は平気なのかにゃ。他の男の子がまゆしに告白とかしても。
何？
実はメイクインに来るお客さんにまゆし目当ての男の子がいるのにゃ。結構イケメンだにゃ。
それは僕のことですか？でも僕はフェイリスタン一筋です。
話の腰を折るな。あんたはイケメンじゃないだろ。
うは、容赦ないツッコミ来たこれ。
その男の子結構積極的だにゃ。まゆしがオッケーしちゃったらどうするのかにゃ今日もは。
ふん、勝手にすればいい。マユリがどう答えるかなど俺は知らん。
わあ、ステレオタイプな反応だわ。
予想通りだにゃ。
単純。
もうちょっと気の利いたこと言えって感じだお。
聞こえてるぞ。
聞こえるように言いました。
おほんおほん。そんなことより始圧師よ。これいくらで譲ってもらえるんだ？あんまり高いとちょっと困るんだが。
She immediately whipped out her phone and typed a message. The director said it's a gift for you, Okabe-kun. She doesn't need any money.
え、でも結構高そうだぞこれ。
The director likes you and Sheena-san. When I told her it was a gift for Sheena-san, she went and used her own money to buy it. In exchange, she wants you to treat her well.
そうか。今度きちんと礼を言わないとな。
I feel like people are misinterpreting my relationship with Mayuri, or maybe you're just too thick to understand how you really feel, Baka. Oh well. Still, I think this star is going to make Mayuri happy. She might be feeling down because she couldn't make it. I don't think she's actually going to be able to stay with her aunt. I think that she's genuinely going to have to move away and she lied about the aunt, but maybe I could be reading too much into that. So this might be a nice gift. I'll try to give it to her tonight. I thought about how she would react when she saw the star and smiled.
お前にも礼を言う。ありがとう。
私は何も。
いや、お前のおかげだ。撮影のことも結果的には良かった。その、記念になったしな。
Last night, while I was checking the photos, I sneakily saved a photo of Mayuri and I to a secret folder.
それじゃあディレクターに伝えとく。モデルまたやりたいって。
そこまでは言っとらん。
Knowing that director, I have a feeling she'll take Moeka seriously and reach out to me. I don't know if I could live through something so embarrassing a second time. Luca? What you doing here, bruh? Lukaku burst into the lab in full Miko. You about to spill the beans that she's leaving forever? Forever and ever? Then we'll have the stereotype where we run up to catch to her and all that. Everyone was stunned to see him in such an unusual state. His normally beautiful styled hair is stuck to his forehead with sweat. Beneath that messy hair, his eyes are filled with desperation. The white robe he's wearing hangs down over his shoulder, exposing his sweaty neck and collarbone. If he were a girl, this scene would be quite erotic. But he's a guy, but it's still erotic. The hems of his hakama, which he always keeps clean, are dirty, a surefire sign that he ran here.
おい、ルカ子？
どうしたの？
But Lukaku didn't respond. He seemed to be having trouble breathing and was panting and wheezing heavily.
ほれ、ルカ氏、水だお。
Daru had retrieved water from the kitchen and given it to Lukaku.
はい、すみません。
He finished the entire cup in one go.
ちゃんと説明しろ。一体何があった？
それがですね。まゆりちゃんが。
Shocked by his words, I leaned in closer to Lukaku.
まゆりに何かあったのか？
はい、まゆりちゃんのうち北海道へ引っ越しちゃうみたいなんです。
それ本当か
にゃ？さっきクラスのことあったんですけど、職員室にまゆりちゃんとまゆりちゃんのお母さんがいて、先生と話してるのを聞いたって。
The lab men shouted in surprise, but I was relieved. I had already heard about the move, and I knew that Mayuri wasn't leaving Tokyo.
オカリン、なんでそんなに落ち着いてるんだよ。
まあ、知っていたからな。安心しろ。まゆりはどこにも行かない。
I told them what Mayuri had told my father.
なんだよ。びっくりして損したお。
ルカニャンってばとんだ早とちりだにゃ。
But Lukaku wasn't smiling like the rest of us.
でも変ですよ。まゆりちゃんのお母さんはまゆりちゃんも北海道に転校するって話してたそうです。
何？
そうね、確かに腑に落ちないわ。まゆりがこっちに残るとしたらわざわざお母さんが学校へ挨拶に行くものかしら。
The weight of what Lukaku was saying suddenly hit me like a ton of bricks. Something's wrong. Strange. I take out my cell phone and try to call Mayuri.
お客様のおかけになった番号は電波の届かないところにあるか電源が入っていないためかかりません。お客様のおかけになった番号は
Damn it. Her phone is off.
でも確かにまゆりから聞いたんだ。北海道へは行かないって。
本当のこと言おうとしても言えなかったんじゃないの？
どうして？
もしも私がまゆりならやっぱり言えないかもしれない。
だからなぜこんな大事なことをまゆりが俺に黙ってるわけがない。
あんたさ、まゆりをいつまで子供だと思ってるの？
Kurisu looked at me straight in the eye and asked her question calmly and softly. There was no anger in her voice.
彼女だってね、女の子らしい悩みをたくさん持ってるに決まってるわ。もしまゆりが本当のことを話したら引き止めるでしょ。
それはそうだ。
だから話せなかった。違う。好きな人に行くなって言われたらどうしていいかわからなくなっちゃう。だから。
I stumbled back and fell onto the sofa. Stunned, I dropped the box containing the star on the floor. I didn't even have it in me to pick it up. I struggled for words. Mayuri is going to leave. It sounded unreal. Kurisu will leave someday too, even though we welcomed her into the lab. Still, whenever she gets the chance to come back to Japan, she's welcome. But we've known that from the start. We've always known, even if we try not to talk about it. But Mayuri is different. Mayuri's the one person that I thought would never leave me. I thought she would always be here smiling by my side because she's my hostage.
どこにも行かせないぞ。連れてなんて行かせない。まゆりは俺の人質だ。人体実験の生贄なんだ。
まゆし、これからもずっとオカリンの人質でいられたらいいな。オカリンがおじいちゃんになってまゆしがおばあちゃんになっても人質でいられたらいいな。
Her tears last night, the strange things she's been saying, and her sad-looking smile. I finally understand them all.
でもロボまゆしも早く完成させたいんだ。
やけにこだわってるんだな。
まゆしがいない時でもね、ロボまゆしがそばにいればオカリンが楽しいかなと思って。
I slowly stood up and took the doll that looked just like Mayuri from the top of the refrigerator. I pressed the button on her back. All of the messages Mayuri recorded are words of support for me, to keep me company once she's gone.
どうするの？岡部。
どうするってお前自分で言っただろ。俺が止めたら真由里は迷うって。迷うから本当のことが話せなかったんじゃないかって。だったら俺はあいつを迷わせたくない。
それは違うよ。
Ferris rushed over to me and looked into my eyes.
フェイリス。
それでもね、引き止めてほしいよ、女の子は。
引き止めてほしい。その結果がどうなるとしても。
くそー、かっこいいセリフをフェリスタンに取られたのだぜ。
あんたが言ったらキモいだろ、今のは。
岡部君、これ。
Moeka picked up the box holding the Christ Mass star and handed it to me.
椎名さんに渡してあげて。
I looked from person to person in the lab. Each one gave me a nod of approval.
Huh? 確かに法院教魔ともあろう者が人質を逃がすとは何たる失態か。それではこのラボの統制が取れぬわ。しかもあいつは秘密を知りすぎている。たやすく解放するわけにはいかん。
その通りだにゃ。マユシーを生贄にして今日前の愛と情熱で燃え盛る四天使をこの地上に呼び覚ますんだにゃ。
愛と情熱ではない、異形と崇拝だ。
はいはいはい、何でもいいからさっさと行ってこい。
Kurisu put her hand against my back and shoved me towards the door. Holding the box Moeka had given me, I ran out into the dusk. I was running to the only place I thought she could be. My heart is beating out of my chest, and I have a throbbing pain in my side. I'm completely out of breath, and any attempts to fill my lungs are a challenge. I keep tripping over my own feet as if my body refuses to obey me. I tripped over something and fell to the ground, protecting the box with my arm. My forearm and hand landed hard on the asphalt, and pain shot through my body. I stood up, tried to shake off the pain, and started running again. Based on what Lukako said, after Mayuri and her mom visited the school, they probably went to her grandma's memorial service. If that's the case, then Mayuri has to be there. It's a place that Mayuri and I can never forget, and the promised land where I made her my hostage. She's not here anywhere. There's a stick of incense still burning in front of her grandpa's gravestone, and gently colored flowers laid atop it.
もう帰ってしまったのか。
Whenever she came here, she would talk to her deceased grandmother. She would talk for a long, long time, all by herself. So I thought that she had to be here. Okay, time to head to her house. But when I turned around to do so, I heard someone quietly sneeze. I looked over to see someone crouching behind a bush a short distance from the graveyard. Illuminated by the sunset, I could see her shadow clearly defined on the ground. I gently put the box down on my Yuri's grandmother's gravestone, then walked over to the tree. While the shadow moved in an attempt to escape my sight, it was nothing but wasted effort.
おい、まゆり。お前、ほんと昔からかくれんぼが下手だな。
Mayuri stuck her head out from behind the bush, looking sheepish.
あのね、違うよ。隠れてたわけじゃないの。
じゃあ、何してたんだ？
その。
When I get closer to her, she turns her back to me. I only saw her face for a second, but I could tell that she had been crying for a long time. Her eyes were red, and I could see streaks of tears running down her face. Just seeing her like that hurts my heart.
泣いてたのか？
泣いてないよ。
Mayuri sniffed, still not looking at me.
泣いてないもん。
Come to think of it, this was a lot like our conversation last night. I didn't know why she was crying then, so I just kept on asking.
オカリンこそ、こんなところで何してるの？お祭りに行かなくていいの？
俺か？俺はな、お前を困らせに来たんだ。
Mayuri turned for a moment and gave me a dubious look, but she quickly turned back away from me to hide her face. I just kept talking to her back.
名前より恥ずかしくて今まで聞けなかったが、あの時のことお前は覚えてるか？
あの時。
ここでお前を人質にした日のことだ。
Her shoulders began to shake a little.
あの日は雨が降っててさ、お前は青い傘を差してたよな。俺がいくら声をかけても、お前はじっと空を見つめているだけで何も答えてくれなかった。俺は自分が歯がゆくて歯がゆくて、でもどうすることもできなくて、ただお前のそばに立っていた。そのうちにさ、雲の切れ間から光が降り注いできたよな。俺はその光にまゆりが吸い込まれてしまうと思ったよ。まゆりがどこかへ消えてしまうと本気で思ったよ。だから の時俺はこう言った。どこにも行かせない。連れてなんて行かせない。お前は俺の人質だ。どこにも逃がさないからなって。その気持ちは今でも変わらない。
I heard her gasp quietly. She seems to finally understand why I ran so hard to get here. Every time she's about to say something, she stops herself again and again. Then, finally, with her back still turned towards me, she shakily started talking.
そっか、バレちゃったんだ。失敗。まゆし、人質からの大脱出作戦だったのにな。
Mayuri stopped talking and looked up at the sky. The sky was gradated from azure to crimson. The clouds looked like they were ready for fall, which was a little sad. That's right, summer is coming to an end.
マユシーは思うんだ。マユシーが人質じゃなくても、ラボにはクリスちゃんもいるし、ダル君もトカ君もフェリスちゃんもスズさんもマイカさんも、みんないるよ。だからオカリンはもうマユシーが人質じゃなくても大丈夫なんだよ。
Her shoulders shook. I realized that she was doing everything she could to fight back her tears.
マユシー、とっても嬉しいな。みんながオカリンを大好きで、オカリンもみんなが大好きで、一緒にニコニコ笑ってるのを見ると、とっても嬉しいな。だからね、オカリンはもう大丈夫だよ。マユシーがいなくてもみんなと仲良く。
そんなことを言うな。
I couldn't take it any longer. I grabbed Mayuri's shoulders. I turned her around to face me and then held her in my arms. In my arms, Mayuri jumped with surprise. Seemingly forgetting that she was about to cry, she looks up at my face. Her eyes widened.
ラボメンたちは確かに大事な仲間だ。あいつらがいれば楽しい。それは間違いない。でもな、そこにはマユリがいなきゃダメなんだ。マユリがそばにいるから俺はいつでも笑っていられるんだ。俺はバカだ。こんな簡単なことに、こんな大事なことに今まで気づかなかったなんて。あの日お前をここで抱き留めた時、あれだけ強く思ったのに、お前を失いたくないって願ったのに、なのにいつの間にかお前がそばにいるのが当たり前になって、いつもそばにいるんだと勝手に思い込んで。でもまだ手遅れじゃない。お前はまだここにいる。行くな、マユリ。俺のそばからどこにも行くんじゃない。 お前の親には俺が頼む。ダメだと言われても土下座でも何でもして俺が頼む。だからどこへも行くな。俺はお前にそばにいてほしいんだ。
I hold Mayuri tight as I make my plea. She hesitates for a moment. Her small form slowly relaxed and leaned into me.
お前は大切な人質だ。ずっとずっと大切な人質だ。
ずっとっていつまで？
I look down at her and see the reflection of my face in her teary, dark blue eyes.
いつまでもだ。
マユシーが大学生になっても、
お、
OL さんになっても、
You're already working, but sure.
お、
お嫁さんに行くときでも、
お。
それじゃあマユシーはオカリンのお嫁さんにしかなれないね。
そうだ。年を取って死ぬまでお前は俺と一緒にいればいい。
Tears began to flow down Mayuri's face. As they fell from her face, they caught the color of the sunset.
マユシーね、オカリンのこと好きだったよ。昔から大好きだったよ。だからクリスチャンがラボに来てオカリンと仲良くなってとっても嬉しいんだけど、なぜだか寂しかったの。オカリンはクリスチャンのこと好きになったのかなって、そう思うと胸が苦しかったの。そんな自分がとっても嫌だった。なのにどうしてもダメだった。
I had no idea that she felt so conflicted over this. I didn't even think about how she might have felt. How long are you going to keep thinking of Mayuri as a child? Kurisu's voice kept echoing in my head.
だからね、神様がマユシーに罰を与えてオカリンのそばにいられなくなっちゃったって、そう思ってたんだ。
I held her tight once again, and she hugs me back.
どこにも行きたくないよ。マユシー、オカリンとお別れするの嫌だよ。
大丈夫だ。俺が絶対にお前を行かせない。
オカリン。
気づいてやれなくてごめんな。
I stroked her head as I said this. She nodded her head again and again as she cried on my chest.
落ち着いたか？
丈夫。
Mayuri and I had been holding each other for a while. We finally separated and stood together beneath the dusk sky. Mayuri says she's fine, but she's still sniffing. I'm kind of new to this sort of situation, so I have no idea how to calm down a crying girl.
そうだ。
I ran over to Mayuri's grandmother's gravestone and grabbed the box. When I returned, I handed it to Mayuri.
これ。
She's still teary-eyed and looks up at me like she's embarrassed. Just looking at her face makes my heart throb.
お前にプレゼントだ。
プレゼント？
いいから開けてみろ。
Mayuri slowly opened the box. Mayuri's tear-stained face suddenly lit up and shined. She looks at me in surprise. I smile and nod.
箱から出してみるといい。
Mayuri delicately removed the star from the box. Her tiny hands can just barely hold it.
すごい、すごい。
She raises the star and looks at the sky through it. Lights sparkled and shone and lit Mayuri's face, endlessly overlapping each other.
見て、オカリン。お星様がいっぱいだよ。
I moved my face close to hers, and we looked through the star together. I didn't notice until now, but the star itself is filled with star-shaped crystals that refract light themselves. This must be to make the effect more beautiful. Mayuri said in rapture. I responded. With our cheeks touching, we stared up at the darkening sky.
Kromager said, "Damn Suzuha route already done."
We've been done with Suzuha route. We haven't been on Suzuha route the entire time today, have we? Didn't? Yeah, we completed that route yesterday. Silly. We've been on my Yuri route for a while now. Mayuri blushed and shook her head.
Kromager said, "Damn."
天のお星様よりもずっと素敵なものをもらったから、やっと自分のお星様を掴むことができたから。
She said that, then suddenly, whoop whoop, whoop a doop a doop doop whoop whoop. And that's also the last CG, so we're pretty much at the end of the game now. That was 100% CGs that just popped up. And if we're going to get a last CG, this is the best last CG, right?
Said, "I forgot this game is short as hell."
Yeah, it does seem to be pretty short compared to the other games, really, but it's side stories and romance, so it's not meant to be, forever. Except, of course, the romance that lives forever in the canon. You know, because they live forever, happily ever after, and all that. Her face bright red, she touched her lips to mine. I didn't even have time to think about how incredible this was. The soft feeling of her lips on mine. I believe it was a first kiss for the both of us.
Mayuri route is peak.
Yeah, Mayuri's route is pretty peak. Just the whole Christmas thing and just the photo shoot, and it's just beautiful. It is just beautiful. So it's strangely awkward and ungainly, and so innocent that it makes me blush. But it was a kiss that let us finally convey our feelings for each other. The sweetness of the kiss travels from my lips and fills my heart with something warm and gentle, like starlight. I finally realized just how much I loved her after all of these years. When our lips parted, we blushed and quickly avoided direct eye contact. Mayuri looked at the ground and touched her fingers to her lips. Then her eyes suddenly opened wide and she began panicking.
どうしよう。キスしちゃった。
でかい声で言うな。恥ずかしいだろ。
だってキスなんだよ。
それがなんだ。
キスしていいのは3回目のデートからだってクリスチャンが。
あのスイーツかっこ笑い目。
She must have read that in some ridiculous magazine. How could she force those rules on poor innocent Mayuri? If she's told her that, how much more magazine knowledge has she indoctrinated her with? The modern woman can be a frightening creature.
いいか、信じるな、マユリ。
Women in general can be frightening. Praise the female.
ああ、だからその3回目とかは関係ない。安心していいぞ。
Mayuri seemed to calm down a little, but then she frowned and looked concerned.
どうしよう。安心したらその。
She looked around and blushed. I drew her head closer to mine, and I kissed her this time. It was a longer, gentler kiss than the last one.
これでいいか。
Mayuri looked away from me as if trying to hide. I couldn't see her face, but I'm positive that she's bright red.
Blood's acting like a little girl.
It was so cute that I couldn't help but stroke her hair again. It's then that I hear her say something very quietly.
まゆしね。かりんのこと大好きだよ。これからもずっと大好きだよ。
ああ。俺も好きだ。
Then we kissed for a third time. The star in Mayuri's hand glittered with the light of the disappearing sunset. The next evening, the lab mims and I were attending the festival at the Yanabayashi Shrine. Because the festival was held in cooperation with the local businesses, it was a lot bigger than I expected, with lots of different stalls. The smells of grilled squid, yakisoba, okonomiyaki, skewered beef, and grilled chicken were pervasive, constantly making me hungry for just one more snack. Ladies in colorful yukata were walking around with carrying prizes and goldfish that they won from the assorted attractions. Everything felt so festive and summery. The lab nymphs were running to and fro, looking at the different stalls. However, in the midst of all this fun, Mayuri is missing. It seemed that she was still talking things over with her family.
あんた何勢いでプロポーズしちゃったわけ？
すごいすごい。
女子高生になんてことしやがるんだお。この
said,
犯罪者。
Peak part of this game is coming.
人聞きの悪いこと言うな。
They asked me about what happened yesterday, and I might have provided slightly too much detail.
大体そのプロポーズしたわけではない。
It sure sounded like that to me, bruh.
はあ？死ぬまで人質だなんて女の子はそう思うに決まってんでしょ？
間違いなくそう解釈する。
いや、それはだな。
ちょっと背中を押してあげただけで盛り上がりすぎ。どんだけ恋愛経験少ないのって感じだわ。
DT 丸出しだな。
お前らに言われたくないわ。この妄想大好きコンビが。
コンビってこいつと一緒にすんな。
Kurisu pointed at Daru with a look of disgust.
コンビに見える？やっぱそうかな、オカリン。
なんでそこで嬉しそうな顔をするんだ。
ですね、僕マキセ氏について最近思ったことがあるのです。
何よ。
僕とマキセ氏、割と相性いいんじゃね？
バカ言うな！誰があんたなんかと。
うわ！ツンデレの上等句きたー！
ツンデレじゃねえ！本気で嫌がってるのがわからんのか！
said Daru and Kirisu.
Honestly, not gonna lie, I could see it. I could honestly see it. They both share a lot of the same hobbies. They like, that whole internet otaku culture. And he's totally into getting her Tsum Tsum part, he totally wants that demon mistress, demon maid. I can see this matchup. I can see it. Asteroid Apophis, an asteroid that is believed to have a possibility of colliding with the Earth in 2036. It was first identified in 2004, and as of 2010, it has been calculated to have an impact probability of 1 in 250,000. In the event that it hit Earth, the energy unleashed would be equal to 510 megatons of TNT, completely obliterating an area the size of France. Both NASA and Russia are looking into potential ways of preventing such an impact. Relieved that I'm no longer the center of attention, I look toward the entrance to the shrine. Also, by the way, if you guys don't know, there was actually even a science mission of sorts called DART, where they actually redirected an asteroid. They actually implemented a scheme to see if they could redirect an asteroid, and they did it. They actually redirected an asteroid with like a satellite missile thingy. It's an actual fact.
Said, I hope it obliterates France.
But then where would we get our baguettes? We must have the baguettes. The baguettes. And they gave us macarons. They gave us one of the tastiest cookies out there. France isn't that bad. If her discussion with her family went well, Mayuri was going to join us here. We had planned to meet up at the entrance to the shrine under the torii gate. But she's not here yet. I checked my phone. No missed calls. Yesterday we went to Mayuri's house together. Her parents and I have known each other for a long time, and they've come to treat me like a son. However, moving is a serious family matter.
A fair trade ID, Sao.
Nah, if an asteroid's going to hit anywhere, it can just hit in the middle of Russia somewhere. Russia's got so many open plains of just ice. It'll be okay over there. However, moving is a serious family matter, and I wasn't sure if they would be willing to hear me out. But I was ready to get on my knees and beg. Whatever it took to convince them not to take Mayuri away. Much to my own surprise, it was Mayuri's actions that stunned me the most. I know how much she loves her parents, and I doubt she's ever gone against their wishes even once in her life. Take this whole moving thing, for instance. She kept trying to put herself in the shoes of her parents, who were undoubtedly worried about leaving their beloved daughter behind. She was struggling with it up until the very end. But even so, she stood in front of her parents and said,
私、東京に残りたい。わがままなのはわかってるけど、お願いお父さん、お母さん、私を東京に残らせてください。
What's that name of that hole in Russia? Isn't there a hole in Russia that's like kind of infamous? That used to be a former asteroid or something? Like there's urban myths around it or something? I can't remember exactly where. It's like in the far east of Russia. Like north of Mongolia or something. Then she deeply bowed her head. That was all she could do. Her lips were pursed and her hands were shaking. I spoke honestly to them and then bowed right next to her. Mayuri's parents seemed conflicted about what we told them, but they promised us that they would talk things over again.
で、どうなの？マユリがこっちに残れる可能性は？
わからないが、希望がないわけじゃなく、あの後マユリに聞いた話なんだが、どうもクラス担任が天候に難色を示しているらしい。こんな中途半端な時期に転校したらマユリのためにならないってな。
僕だって嫌です。マユリちゃんがクラスからいなくなるなんて。
I'd hardly call it an asteroid, it was meters in diameter.
I honestly don't know how big a normal, I'm not sure about size there, so I don't know if that's real. I'm assuming it's small, considering the context there, but Lukaku spoke as if he were the one who had to transfer to another school. He really does care about his friends.
あと、マユリの言っていた親戚のおばさんというのが、まあおばさんといってもまだ30代で独身生活を謳歌しているらしいが、そのおばさんがとてもマユリを可愛がっていてな、ぜひ一緒に暮らしたいと言ってくれてるそうだ。
She actually insisted on being a part of the Sheena family's discussion today.
少なくとも絶望的じゃないわけか。
ああ。
But will her family let her stay? I don't know if I can be optimistic about that. We all thought about Mayuri and fell silent.
でも、まあ、ここで考え込んでても仕方ないわ。なるようにしかならないんじゃない？
Kurisu patted my back. I guess she's trying to cheer me up.
その通りだにゃ。結果がわかるまでの間、何か気晴らしでもしてた方がいいにゃ。どうも。
気晴らしか。そうだな。
I looked around, and something caught my eye.
そうだ。クリスティーナが勝負の約束をしていたな。
ああ、射的ね。
My eye had settled on the target shooting stall. It's a simple, old-fashioned game where you use an air gun loaded with a cork to shoot whatever prize you're interested in. I can hear the pop-pop of people playing.
ほらほらちょうま見てメタルウーパだにゃ
Oh, well, now you know you have to play, right? Ferris pointed at the box containing a metal Oopa in the middle of the shooting range.
しかも幻のゴールドバージョンだにゃこれはすごいにゃ
And it's probably nailed down to the table. Oopa is the fictional animal that serves as a mascot of the incredibly popular anime Ride-Net Kakeru. Oopa plushies and capsule toys are popular with kids and adults alike, and the rare ones often fetch ridiculous prices on online auction sites. And one of the rarest is the metal capsule toy, Metal Oopa.
マユシーはウーパ大好きだから取ってあげれば喜ぶにゃ
よし、クリスティーナよ。勝負と行こう。あれをゲットした方が勝者だ。
望むところよ。
We stood right in front of the shooting stall.
ほほう、やる気満々の勇者たちがやってきたね。でも黄金のメタルウーパは簡単には渡さないよ、岡部倫太郎。
何？
Is this even possible? Why does this guy know my name? No, could it be that this shooting game stall is being run by the organization?
それじゃあまず金を出しな。一人15発で300円だ。
ってお前バイト選手でもないか。
やっと気づいた？
Suzuha smiled at us from inside the stall.
何してるの？見ての通りバイトだよ。
That's our part-time warrior, able to find work in the most unlikely of places.
この店のおっちゃん、ブラウン管工房の店長と旧知みたいでさ、今日だけ臨時で頼まれちゃったんだよ。あ、ちなみにインチキ臭い店じゃないからね。安心して楽しむといいよ。
Mm-hmm. She told us this while handing us the cork bolts.
でさ、岡部倫太郎、椎名真由里は？
Suzuha was worried about Mayuki too, so I gave her a brief explanation of what was going on.
そっか。じゃあ、黄金のメタルウーパ、彼女のために絶対に取ってあげなきゃいけないね。箱の左下、少し潰れてバランスが悪くなってるから。
Suzuha whispered to me and smiled. Then I got to work.
まったく、ほんとへったくそね、あんた。
人のこと言えんだろう、貴様も。
Roughly half an hour later, Kurisu and I stood holding objects that couldn't be further from the metal Oopa. I held a pin of dubious quality with a print of a swimsuit-clad woman on it, and Kurisu held a fan of dubious quality with a print of a swimsuit-clad man on it. The lab mims pulled their money and spent 2,000 yen on quartz, and these were all we had to show for it. Hold up. How were you able to spend 2,000 yen on it? The shots were 300 yen a piece. You either spent 2,100 yen or 1,800 yen. That doesn't add up. Unless the lab mims gave 2,000 and Kurisu and Okabe spent their own money of an unspecified amount, which that would work. That makes more sense.
また来てよね。待ってるよ。
二度と来るものか。
We gave up on the gold metal Oopa and handed the air guns to the next customer.
それにしても、まゆりちゃん遅いですね。
そうだな。
やっぱり話し合いがうまくいってないのかしら。ああ、ごめん。
ほらほら、しっかりしろだにゃ、そうま。
そうだ、 おみくじやりませんか？
おみくじ？
はい、困った時の神頼みです。
Lukako said this while looking over at the shrine's office. I feel kind of strange asking the gods for help, even if the young man of the shrine is encouraging me to.
さ、どうぞ、京馬さん。
Lukako presented me with a red box filled with fortunes. I faced the box and raised my left hand. My right arm has an evil power, so I can't allow it to touch anything sacred.
神に愛されし我が左の飼いならいいよ、お前の秘めたる力を見せる時が来た。今こそその力で我に定めのカードを示すがいい。
めんどくさいなあ。後が使えてんだからさっさと引け。
まったくだお。
めんどくさいとはなんだ。
I stuck my hand in the box, rustled around, and pulled out an envelope. Then I opened it. Kurisu and the others drew their fortunes and started reading.
私中吉だわ。
大吉にゃ
僕も大吉だお。
岡部さんはどうでしたか？岡部さん？
だい。
はい？何です？
もしかして京馬も大吉かにゃ。
それは良かったですね。これできっと。
大凶だ。
Oh shit.
すべて悪し待ち人来たらず諦めが感じ。
もう一回引いてください。
そんな適当なおみくじがあるか。
だってうちのおみくじは当たらないことで有名なんですよ。
気持ちはありがたいが天罰が下りそうなことを言うなよ。
ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい。
もういいルカ子。これもまたシュタインズゲートの選択なのだ。エル、サイ、コンルー。
I smiled at Lukaku and sat down on the stone steps. I sighed and looked at my toes. Everyone's trying to cheer me up. They're all joking around, trying to put a smile on my face. I really feel bad about bringing them down, but I'm also grateful that I have such good friends. Still, thinking about that only makes me sigh. I feel like my heart is being pricked with thorns, and it's eating away at me. Mayuri, are you okay? Are you crying? Do you need help? It's frustrating that I can't be with her at a time like this. I just feel completely helpless.
おい、岡部倫太郎。
I looked up to see Suzuha yelling at me from her stall. I couldn't hear what she was saying over the crowd, but then I noticed she was pointing at something. I was going to stand up and talk to her when Kurisu suddenly said, "Oh!"
ちょっと岡部。
なんだ。
いいから早く立つのだぜオカリン。
だからなんだ。
おみくじ やっぱり当たりませんでしたよ。
待ち人来たらずが聞いて呆れるにゃ。
Everyone's looking over at the toy gate in tears. Their faces are all lit up with joy. I stood up and looked towards the gate. There's no doubt about it. Mayuri runs toward us. Through the crowds of the festival, darting in between visitors, she heads straight for us.
おいおい、バカだな。浴衣なのにあまり走るなよ。前がはだけちゃってるだろ。
Mayuri was smiling. That smile told us everything. From now on, Mayuri will be at my side, just as she's always been. Mayuri jumped towards me. I caught her and held her tightly in mine. I tried to catch her, but the momentum of her jump knocked me completely over. She pays it no mind and continues to hold on to me. It was kind of like a dog greeting an owner it hasn't seen in a while.
落ち着け、マユリ。場所を考えろ。自分の格好も考えろ。
Suddenly realizing that her yukata was coming loose, Mayuri sprang up. She fixes her clothes nervously. When I tried to stagger to my feet, Mayuri blushed and lent me a hand.
違うんだよ。ちょっとはしゃいでみたの。
ちょっとどころじゃなかったわね、今のは。
マユシーってば大胆だにゃ。
いじめないでよ、クリスちゃん、フェリスちゃん。
まゆしまゆし、今のセリフ実はもっといじめてほしいって感じでよりっぽくお願いします。
黙れド変態。
うわ、また一つクリスタンルートのフラグが立ったのだぜ。
だから絶対に出れないっつっとろうが。でもまゆりちゃんいいな。僕もこんな声をしてみたい。
ルカ君まで。マユシーは恥ずかしいのです。
Whether because she was the center of attention or because she ran here, Mayuri was so red it seemed like her cheeks would give off steam. She fanned herself with her hands. Love. For a moment I thought to complain about what Lukaku said, as I normally would. But I stopped myself. The mad scientist who rains chaos and fear upon the world, Ho-Owen Kilmuth, has no need for such trifles as love or affection. But as far as Okabe Rintaro is concerned, they might be kind of nice. At least, I think so.
どうした？なんだ、はっきり言ってみろ。
お父さんが高校を卒業するまで東京にいてもいいって言ってくれたんだ。
そっか。よかったな。
でもね、大学は札幌の学校にしなさいって。おばさんの家にずっといるのは迷惑だろうって。
It makes sense. It's only natural for Mayuri's parents to think that way.
だからね、まゆし、思わず言っちゃったのです。
何を？
Mayuri mumbled awkwardly, but I knew what she said just by looking at her. I remembered what my father had told her, that she was welcome to move in with us. At that time, I panicked. I remember wondering what the hell he was thinking. But now, I'm really glad he offered. That's right, Mayuri can stay by my side. I want her to be here with me.
まあ、汚い家だが、お前の部屋くらい何とかしてやろう。親父もおふくろも大歓迎だろうしな。ただし、この法王院教魔が世界に混沌をもたらすという偉業を成し遂げるまでは、あくまでも居候だ。親父に乗せられて変な勘違いはするなよ。ちなみにその先は、まあ、その時になったら考えてやらなくもないがな。
Mayuri opened her eyes wide. Her jaw drops as she stares at me. Mayuri's face turned rose red as she shyly wriggled her body a little.
どうした？
勘違いはオカリンだよ。
で？
まゆしはね、お父さんにラボに居候させてもらうって言ったんだよ。
何？
The lab mims eavesdropping on us burst out laughing at my shock. Realizing that I had made an embarrassing mistake, I quickly tried to talk them all down.
やめろ！笑うな貴様ら！呪われるぞ！この右腕の魔力がついに覚醒の時を迎え、暗黒の想念がお前らの上に呪いの炎を降らせるぞ！だから笑うな！
But this does little to stem their wholehearted laughter. I stared at them with fire in my eyes and cursed them, but it didn't feel all that bad. I have friends that I can joke around with, and Mayuri by my side. I want this to last forever. I took Mayuri's hand and began to run away. How did this not count for a CG? Weird.
子供の名前はぜひ黒猫団にしてほしいよ。
やめんか貴様ら。
The voices of our friends following us. Mayuri and I run away.
オカリン、どこ行くの？
どこでもいいぞ。お前の好きなところへ行ってやる。
せっかく来たんだからお祭りをいっぱい見たいよ。
わかった。今日は何でもおごってやろう。
本当嬉しいな。あとその後マユシーね。
あ、どこへ行きたい？
Mayuri flashed me her usual gentle smile.
ラボがいい。ジューシー唐揚げナンバーワンを温めて、それからみんなとゆっくりお話がしたいのです。
And of course, I know how to answer.
よし、いいだろう。俺もちょうどそう思っていたところだ。
Chromager said. Peak ending.
Well, we're not completely done with this one quite yet. There's some wrap-up we've got to do in order to get all the achievements, which I do want to do. It shouldn't take long. There'll be a fair amount of skipping, but it shouldn't take long. We do have to finish reading all the tips, which we should have now. New item, 2 tips. Yeah, see, we got some more tips here. Okay. Extra tips list. Because we haven't read all the RideNet Kakaroo access numbers. RideNet Kakaroo Episode 1, a mysterious transfer student. That guy's no good. In an internet cafe somewhere in New York, someone shrouded in mystery was typing. In 1 hour, I'm going to launch a cyber terrorist attack on the Pentagon. 5th grader Yumi Hara Kakeru had only just transferred into Kaigyo Elementary School. While he was always talented both athletically and intellectually, he never really stood out much. 2 of his new classmates, Hirari and Tamari, were both a part of the school's tiny computer club. They approached the new transfer student in hopes that he would agree to join their tiny club, but Kakeru wasn't particularly interested in their proposition. He's probably just bad with computers. Not much we can do about that. One day during computer class, Tamaru started to boast to Kakeru about his relatively fast typing speed. Hirari made an attempt to stop him while simultaneously showing off her own extensive knowledge of computers. Hirari, look at the transfer. He's trying to type with 1 finger. Come on, don't tease him, Tamaru. He just got here. Leave him alone. Everyone present in the computer room was grossly underestimating Kakeru's skills as they watched him push down each key individually, checking each and every keystroke. It was at that very moment when something started to make a sound from Kakeru's bag. With his entire class jealously looking on, he pulled out a strangely shaped sub-notebook PC. You've got to be kidding. This guy can barely type with 1 finger and he has a sub-notebook. No, look, Tamaru, that thing doesn't have a screen. I've never seen anything like it. The screen just popped out. The Uka and Kakeru sub-notebook had brought him a message from Nagaya-san. The Pentagon was on the receiving end of a cyber attack. Kakeru's facial expression changed as he read the message. All of a sudden, he was moving at the speed of light. His entire class watched in stunned silence as he detached the keyboard from his sub-notebook and attached it to one of the school computers. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Kakeru decided to use the school's computers to track down the cracker responsible for the Pentagon's hack. Kirari and Kamari watched in shock as Kakeru's fingers glided across the keyboard with precision. The cracker in question had utilized servers across the world to hide their identity, but Kakeru followed them with amazing ease, defeating traps and Beerus' left and right. Meanwhile, at a small internet cafe somewhere in New York, a window opened up on the monitor of a computer. Kakeru had finally found the enemy. Stunned that someone was able to locate them even before the net police or CIA could, the cracker decided to have a conversation with Kakeru. The culprit called themselves Jay and released a powerful virus capable of forcibly freezing any computer that was sent to. Kakeru narrowly managed to avoid the effects of the virus by administering a vaccine to his computer, all the while inching ever closer to the culprit's whereabouts. He finally managed to narrow the search down to New York. An address was finally in sight. Jay was once again surprised by Kakeru's skills. Didn't think I'd be using this anytime soon. The cracker took out an oddly shaped CD-ROM, using it to launch a virus that even Kakeru couldn't defend against. The mysterious virus worked its magic, and all the computers in the computer room were instantly destroyed. Kakeru had completely and utterly lost, and his computer teacher was seething with rage. But before anything could go down, the bell rang, signaling the end of school. Frustrated, Kakeru made his way to Nagaya-san's place on his roller shoes. Desperate to discover Kakeru's true identity, Kirari and Tamaru secretly followed him. Nagaya-san explained to Kakeru that Jay had used a special monster program called BIOS, a creation far more terrifying than any normal virus. Its origins were still shrouded in mystery, with nobody knowing who made it or why. This monster program was said to be several times more powerful than a standard virus, and impossible to replicate too. There were a total of 9 different types in the world, and it was said that whoever collected all of them would have the power to control the entire internet. These monster programs were thought to be nothing but an urban legend in the hacking community, but now that their existence had been proven, this had become a global threat. What should we do? Kakeru asked as Nagaya-san pulled out a fancy input card. I'll tell you what we're going to do, what we're not going to do. We're not just going to sit on our butts. We gotta fight. I just finished developing a new Rynet card. What was this Rynet card Nagaya-san spoke of? Just who was Kakeru? Around the same time, the door to an internet cafe somewhere in New York opened up. A beautiful boy exiting the establishment. Kakeru. This should be fun. He smiled as he put away his strangely shaped CD. It was he who had shocked the world to its core. Yes, this boy was the elementary school student hacker known as Jay. Episode 2, Onward to the Future, Rynet complete. Unable to keep up with the conversation, Kirari and Tamaru both glanced at each other in confusion. Who is this kid? The truth was that Kakeru was a net guardian, a warrior protecting the safety of the internet. Kirari and Tamaru immediately found themselves begging to be made a part of Kakeru's team. Of course, he wasted no time refusing their request, realizing that helping him would mean doing battle with dangerous criminals. It was only moments later that Kakeru received a report that a mysterious hacker, Beesman, had launched a cyber attack on an online game server. With the new Rynet card Nagaya-san made, ready and in hand, Kakeru used a special browser, AlphaGate, to leap into battle. Despite it being his first time using the new Rynet card, he managed to cast a deep spell with no problems. Just as victory seemed to be within reach, Kakeru suddenly found himself thrown deep into the depths of the game's endless dungeon. B-Man had used his power over the server to rewrite the game's program. Things were looking dire for Kakeru, but then, out of nowhere, Kirari and Tamaru appeared, server diving into the game in order to save him. As luck would have it, his 2 classmates knew a great deal about the game, but more importantly, they professed that they couldn't just sit on their butts while innocent players were being hurt. Kakeru, moved by their strong sense of justice, finally decided to let them join in on the fight. Thanks to his new friends, Kakeru was able to use his shoot ability to defeat B-Man once and for all. But before they could celebrate, a chat window appeared on the monitor. It was from the police. Wow, they're gonna thank us. Excited by the prospect of being praised for their hard work, the 3 kids turned their eyes and ears toward the window. You're under arrest. Episode 3, Peepo Peepo, Trapped by the Net Police. Jealous of Kakeru's success, the Net Police had decided to make use of the Unauthorized Computer Access Prohibition Act in order to force him to bend the knee. While no arrest was made, the police spelled out a firm warning before going on to claim Kakeru's achievements for their own. You're just a worthless brat, Red, one of the officers, shouted at Kakeru. Our heroes were left frustrated, knowing full well that their skills were as good, if not better than the Net Police's. That was when Peepo-kun's icon suddenly appeared. I've heard everything. Peepo-kun wanted Kakeru's team and the police to participate in a kill challenge he had set up. With internet crime on the rise, the world needed more people who could do battle against this new generation of criminals. That said, allowing unskilled children into police investigations would only further complicate an already complicated issue. This challenge would determine whether or not Kakeru and his team were up to the test. If Kakeru and his team managed to dive deeper into the police department server and reach Pipocon, they would be the victors. If the net police were able to stop them, they would win. Should Kakeru's team come out on top, they would be granted the authority to make arrests like any other officer. These were Pipocon's conditions. Confident in his ability to win, Red hastily agreed to the challenge. The stage had been set for a dramatic hacking battle across the police department server. But before things could officially get started, Red had secretly shut down all the ports to the police department server. For those of you unaware, a port is basically a doorway. By shutting these ports, Red was essentially inviting Kakeru and his team into a building with no actual way in. Kakeru and the others found themselves in a pinch, but they refused to give up. He, Kirari, and Tamaru dashed through the city on their roller shoes. With his friend's help, Kakeru had managed to sneak into the actual police department's building. Using his special sub-notebook to connect to a phone line, he infiltrated the server. Pipocon announced Kakeru's victory and, just as promised, granted him the full support of the police force. Kakeru and his team were overjoyed, but Red bitterly muttered to himself, "Since when does Pipocon have this kind of authority? This doesn't count for crap." A window suddenly appeared in front of Pipocon, revealing that he was the police commissioner all along. If we are to succeed in our battle against internet criminals, we need strong youngsters like Kakeru and his friends, do we not? Red went silent. Thus was the birth of the Rhinet Guardians. Episode 4, Kazuma's Pride, entered the president of the computer club. Despite all that had happened, Kirari and Tamaru refused to give up on getting Kakeru to join the computer club. The president of the club, Kazuma, was less than enthused. Until I see his abilities with my own 2 eyes, I refused to allow him into our club. It was then that they received a formal challenge from Shido Elementary School, Kaigyo's rival in the Typing Masters competition. The typing battle between Kazuma and Shido's computer club president, Ima Puta, had begun. Okay, very smooth there. Kazuma started out strong, quickly amassing points against his unseen opponent. Unfortunately for him, however, Puta used that to his advantage, sending a virus program into Kaigyo's computers, slowing their processing speeds. Kazuma had started to fall behind, unaware of the virus that was working against him. Kakeru was one step ahead, though. "Switch places with me. I can't just let you take over. Our reputation is on the line." Kazuma's breath was ragged. It was clear to everybody present that his chances of coming out on top were thin at best. Kirari and Tamaru attempted to convince Kazuma to switch with Kakeru, while the rest of the class watched on in despair. After several back and forths, Kazuma finally agreed to step aside. Having practically given up, Kazuma hung his head low, unable to watch the rest of the match. It was then that from behind him, he heard the sounds of fingers dancing across a keyboard. Amazed by the machine-like sounds, he turned around to find Kakeru typing at godlike speeds, annihilating his cheating opponent in one fell swoop. Victory. Kazuma left atop Kakeru. "Please join our computer club. We would love to have you." Before he could even respond, Kakeru received a message from Nagaya-san. Someone was targeting an online fake. The identity of this nefarious thief, none other than the infamous Bishop. Episode 5, A Fateful Meeting. The notorious online bank hacker, Bishop. In this day and age, online banks are the norm. With wireless networks filling the skies, there can be upwards of millions in currency flying to and fro. In order to keep himself from being easy to track, Bishop did all his cracking from a moving car. Nonetheless, Kakeru was able to predict Bishop's movements time and time again, slowly but steadily closing in on the infamous Cracker. In order to stay close to their target, Kakeru and his friends used their roller shoes, dashing to hotspots and public phones to stay connected. Thanks to their teamwork and Kakeru's amazing skills, they finally managed to back Bishop into a corner. Desperate, Bishop resorted to his trump card, Te Rios, one of the 9 monster programs. In the face of such immense destructive power, Kakeru and his friends were left defenseless. Te Rios was headed straight toward them. Was this the end of the road? No. Something had left out of Kakeru's PC. Kakeru's beloved virtual pet, Upa. Upa was sacrificing itself to save its master, Upa. So Upa doesn't even actually come in until, almost halfway through the season, it looks like. Episode 6, Upa's Dramatic Secret. Upa had received the full force of Teliosis' deadly attack, but not only was it completely unharmed, it had absorbed Telios itself. Upa had saved the day, and Kakeru had gotten his hands on one of the monster programs. But why? Why was Upa able to absorb a monster program? Upon being asked about this miraculous event, Nagaya-san replied that the infamous webmaster, Cyber Dragon, might know. The problem: Cyber Dragon's whereabouts and site address were completely shrouded in mystery. Much like some sort of wise elder of the internet, Cyber Dragon was said to have an immense wealth of knowledge about every type of program known to man. Kakeru and the others began their search for the mysterious sage. In order to get their hands on the URL for Cyber Dragon's website, they would have to complete a game, the Cyber Dragon Trial. The various typing battles and fierce attacks in the game were proven to be a challenge, chipping away at Kakeru and his friends' stamina. Through the power of teamwork and friendship, they managed to persevere and eventually get their hands on the URL. The time to meet Cyber Dragon had come. As its name implied, he resembled an old and wise dragon. Kakeru showed Upa to him. According to Cyber Dragon, Upa was actually one of the 9 monster programs. Kirari was worried that Upa might be dangerous, but Cyber Dragon responded by telling her that the monster programs themselves weren't inherently bad. It's all about how their user chooses to wield them. They can be both a weapon to do harm to others or a power to defend the powerless. Cyber Dragon went on to tell Kakeru and his friends that there was a process to awakening Upa as a monster program. Without knowing that process, they would be unable to control Upa should it awaken. Kakeru and his friends said their goodbyes to Cyber Dragon, not a clue as to what their next move should be. In order to defeat the malicious programs lying in wait, Kakeru had to figure out how to activate Upa, but no matter what. But unbeknownst to them, rumors of Kakeru, the super elementary schoolboy with the power of the monster programs, had spread like wildfire around the world. Episode 7, a stunning aerial first, hijacked from the ground. Pros from all over Japan had come together in LA to participate in the Typing Masters competition. Needless to say, Kakeru was a part of that group, having become famous around the world for his crime-solving escapades. Tamaru was allowed to come along as Kakeru's +1, while Kirari utilized her family's fortune to fund her own trip. Unfortunately, the fun and games were quickly put on hold as trouble erupted. The plane's been hijacked. A flustered flight attendant informed the group. Worse yet, the culprit wasn't even aboard the plane. They were apparently remotely manipulating the main CPU of the aircraft from the ground. With the flight crew unable to switch the onboard controls to manual, the culprit had complete control of the plane. Together with all 276 of its passengers, the aircraft began to descend. Without using a single explosive, the culprit had managed to hijack and gain complete control of the plane through just its circuitry. the first plane hijacked it from the ground in the history of the world. The culprit's aim, Upa, the monster program in Kakeru's possession. Using his sub-notebook, Kakeru attempted to figure out how the culprit broke into the system, but came up empty-handed. The single line connected to this plane was a privet one from the control tower. Kakeru tried to look for any kind of clue that might help, but there was nothing. There were no traces of any suspicious activity around the control tower. Kakeru and his friends started to panic. The only signals that could reach the plane at this altitude were the ones from the control tower. As Kakeru continued to consider all of the possibilities, it occurred to him that there was one other path into the plane's circuits. A path through a satellite. Bingo! Kakeru's guess turned out to be correct, and he discovered a line that connected a base station on the ground to a satellite up above. It was used for overseas communications. The criminal had connected to the plane's CPU by breaking through the satellite's firewall. Not only had they hijacked a plane, they had also hijacked an entire satellite. Kakeru continued to hunt down his criminal opponent. A first in the history of the world, two robograms engaged in battle against each other up in space. It was over in a flash with Kakeru the victor. While his enemy was smart, his ability to control his robograms through his typing skills paled in comparison to Kakeru's. Though it was through a computer screen, Kakeru and his friends caught their first look at space. Stunned by the beauty on display, Kakeru and his friends felt as though they were aboard a space shuttle, drifting through space. The beautiful stars twinkled in their eyes. The Typing Masters World competition was set to begin. Episode 8, Lightning Strikes, the Typing Master's ultimate technique. Despite the speed bumps along the way, Kakeru and his friends safely touched down at the airport in LA. Finally outside, they were impressed when they saw a young American boy help an old lady with her bags. Americans are pretty kind. There are people like that in every country. It took about half an hour to get to the LA Convention Center, the stage for this year's event. The place was buzzing with excitement, strong competitors every which way. But most surprising was the abundance of world-class hackers and crackers on the competitor list. Sly by nature, none of them had ever left a trace of their criminal activities, so they had always been able to avoid the eyes of the law. On that list were none other than Kakeru's fated opponent, Jay. Fated despite never having seen each other face to face. I wonder what he looks like. What if he's got crazy scars and stuff? The fiery battles at the competition were live-streamed all over the world. The event itself is said to rival even that of the Olympics in terms of viewership. The whole world was tuning in. The competition had finally entered the main stretch. The MC for the competition grooved and moved as he announced the top 8 players over the speaker system. Kakeru was the 7th competitor announced, with Jay being the last. What did the face of Kakeru's fated opponent look like? In a shocking twist, it was the same young man who had been helping the old lady at the airport. Kakeru and his friends were shocked. Just who was this mysterious boy? With Red subordinate out of the competition, Kakeru was left as the final representative for Japan. Despite their frustrations at losing, Red and his people quietly watched over Kakeru from the shadows. In the first round of the top 8 bracket, Kakeru's opponent was none other than Lost Shade, a dancer who grooved to the rhythm of the music. Needless to say, it wasn't even close. Kakeru dominated the match. He moved on to the best 4. His next opponent, the son of an Arabian oil king. His name, Indra Panther. Using his yoga-like flexibility, it almost appeared as though he had no joints at all. Panther's robogram was much like its creator, moving in unpredictable ways, making it hard for Kakeru to find an opening. Kakeru managed to freeze it in place by utilizing a special Beerus attack, and finished off the battle by shattering the robogram into pieces. Onward to the finals. The showdown with Jay was at hand. Who would be victorious? Episode 9, The Climatic Battle and a New Beginning. Jay's primary attack came in the form of a ninjutsu technique known as shadow cloning. By moving at high speeds, he was able to make it look as though he had 4 arms. His typing technique, known as cross ripper, was self-taught. Jay's fame in the American underground hacking scene meant that he had a large number of followers who idolized and wanted to copy his techniques. The name for his technique came from the cross shape his arms made while performing it. Of course, Jay wasn't the only one with self-taught techniques. Kakeru wielded the Thunder Gladiator. Because of the insane speeds at which Kakeru typed, an electrical current was emitted from the tips of his fingers due to the friction with the keyboard. This current gradually grew larger, eventually making it look as if Kakeru was wielding lightning itself. The battle was an even match. While the first round went to Kakeru, Jay took the second, leaving them perfectly even going into the final round. The final match. A fierce, no-holds-barred battle where sparks collided. Everyone in the audience was breathless as they watched on via the supersized monitor at the venue. But then, suddenly, the final round was interrupted by a seemingly random blackout. If it were a simple accident, the backup generator would have kicked in. The two combatants were left with little choice. They postponed their battle, and the crowd and the staff began to panic. It was then that all the monitors in the venue flickered on, displaying a strange logo. One after another, monster letters began to appear. I am a monster. Are you a friend? A muffled static voice was just barely audible alongside the creepy message. Move it, Kakeru. Jay pushed Kakeru away, grabbing the cord to his personal keyboard and ripping it out from the event-sponsored PC. The USB port of the PC started shooting out sparks. Jay had just barely managed to prevent Kakeru's keyboard from being destroyed. As Kakeru knew all too well, keyboards were the single most important thing to a hacker, aside from their own life. Jay had saved him. The thanks. No need for thanks. Without you around, I would have no one else to battle. Jay left the venue. While the competition had ended in a tie, Jay disappeared before the awards ceremony. Needless to say, Kakeru turned down the championship trophy. He would settle things with Jay at next year's competition. The mysterious young man, Jay, who could have possibly guessed that he too would eventually wear a Rynet badge. Episode 10, Child of the Net, Tamaru's Love Story. Another day, another cracker defeated at the hands of Kakeru and his friends. During the battle, Tamaru had met a young girl named Ayumi over the internet. Unable to get his mind off of her, Tamaru decided to find out more about her. He searched high and low for her site online, but was stunned by what he found. Her site had been torn to pieces, devastated by a vicious hacking attack. In fact, it was so bad that the site couldn't even be closed down. Through Tamaru's research, he discovered that was a troll attack utilizing a crack tool that had been uploaded to the net. An unknown number of script kiddies were making trouble for everyone else. In his anger, Tamaru decided to do battle with the perpetrators, ignoring Kakeru's words of caution. He pressed on despite how dangerous this all was, and eventually managed to take down the culprits. Ayumi's sight was fixed. Tamaru went to tell Ayumi the good news, but she was too traumatized by what had happened. In her mind, the internet was a scary, dangerous place. Why bother making another site in a world like that? Tamaru tried to find the right words, but couldn't. However, people around the world had learned about the attack on the website and what had happened to her. Folks from all over the internet sent her words of encouragement, hope, and love. The net wasn't just a place filled with evil, it was also filled with selfless generosity and kindness. Filled with encouragement, Ayumi had decided to reopen her website. She also revealed that she was a student at Kaikyo Elementary School. The two planned to meet up in person, but Tamaru was surprised to find a young boy waiting for him at the meeting spot. Ayumi was actually a boy who had posed as a girl online. Thus was the rise and fall of Tamaru's first love. Episode 11, Prince of J, once more. Reports of J's cyber terror attacks were yet again on the rise, and although Kakeru and his team had closed in on him, they ended up on the receiving end of a counter-attack. Their own programs had been frozen by a monster program called Virus. Jay began to talk to Kakeru using voice chat. Kakeru, why'd you stand in my way? That's my question. Why are you doing this? Do you enjoy making others suffer that much? Jay explained that he simply wanted to test his own skills. Unbreakable security systems, data that couldn't be stolen. By testing himself against these unbreakable walls, he could measure his own capabilities. Didn't Kakeru become a net guardian because he wanted to be proud of his own power? Kakeru vehemently disagreed, but Jay simply laughed in response, calling Kakeru out on his dishonesty before leaving. After having heard what Jay had to say, Kakeru had begun to lose faith in his own reasons for becoming a net guardian. His genius intellect and techniques were all passed down to him from his father, and he became a net guardian in order to properly use those talents. It wasn't like he had gained these abilities specifically because he wanted to be one. I'm no different than Jay. Kakeru couldn't even bring himself to sit in front of a computer. His heart was in turmoil. Meanwhile, Jay's reach had already spread into the main computer of the National Department of Transportation, granting him control over the country's traffic system. Traffic accidents began to occur all across Japan, with tragic stories filling the airwaves. Kakeru still couldn't bring himself to act. But then a certain bit of news appeared before his eyes. It was about the death of a father and the little child he left behind. This incident reminded Kakeru of his own tragic past. Snapped back to his senses, Kakeru sat himself down in front of his Rynet keyboard. Kakeru vs. Jay had begun anew. Episode 12, Upa Awakens. Jay unleashed monster program after monster program. Kakeru, despite having regained his fighting spirit, still had no idea how to awaken Upa. Backed into a corner, Kakeru came to a realization: the key to awakening Upa. The key was in his father's words. Don't get too caught up in your finger technique. The true power lies in the heart of the cards. The key to awakening Upa was to upload it to a Rynet card and then create an attack type card out of it. This came with a huge risk. As far as Kakeru was concerned, taking Upa outside of his computer would be paramount to uninstalling Upa's very existence. Death, so to speak. Fortunately, the gamble paid off. Upa had awakened to its true powers. Upa's new powers were unbelievable. Kakeru and his team made short work of Jay thanks to their newfound abilities, but the shifty hacker was nonetheless able to flee at the last possible moment. A chat window appeared on Kakeru's computer. I had a blast. Frustrated by their inability to close things out, Kakeru and his friends watched as Upa returned to its cute desktop accessory form, almost as if none of this had ever happened. Cyber Dragon had seen the whole thing. He quietly watched over Kakeru and the others from afar, a proud expression on his dragon-like face. Hang in there, Kakeru. Although Jay had gotten away, Cyber Dragon could see full well how much Kakeru and his friends had grown. Just who was this Cyber Dragon? Next episode preview. The net is still filled with hackers aiming to take control of the world for their own personal gain. Rynet's never-ending battle continues. We swear to fight for and protect the order of the internet, no matter what. Onward toward a bright future filled with hope. Wait, what's with this episode title? A female elementary school student? Rynet Kakeru XS13. The legendary elementary school girl hacker arrives. Will China on the scene. Until next time, dual access. And that is all the tips. And that was a ton of reading just now. Ay. Okay. Now, movie library. Seeker of video, open the movie library. Seeker of sound, open the sound library. Seeker of art, open the CG library. Clear list, seeker of history, open the clear list. Player tips 136. Album achievement rate 100%. All endings got. Yes. Mail list? No, there's not an achievement for opening mail list, but we do need to obtain all the mails. Apparently there is an individual achievement for reading all the mails from every single person. So that's like, how many achievements? Like Operation F. Is Ferris. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different achievements just for reading all the possible mails. Which we've read some of them, but we haven't read all of them. So we've got to go through that real quick. It shouldn't take long because we've got the story done. It's just a matter of loading, choosing a different option on specific stuff, and then speed reading through everything but the emails. Okay. Fried chicken. Unfortunately, I never got the chance to try any. It was all gone by the time I went to grab some. Okay. And skip. And yeah, that's going to be the majority of it. As we get to the emails, we have not read yet. Really? Well, actually, my mom taught me her recipe yesterday. If you want, I can make some for you. Do me a favor and teach Mayuri that recipe. Assuming we can get Mayuri to make food, period. That doesn't, Yeah, we've already seen both of those, so we can skip that. The whole bunch of homework to do thing. Yeah, and then she says that, and we've already seen that one. Wait, so you mean you want to eat my Yuri-chan's fried chicken? Of course you do. Of course you want to eat her cooking, not mine. Yeah. What nonsense are you babbling about? If she learns how to make fried chicken herself, I won't have to hear her complain about the microwave. Oh, that's fair, but do you have a... Yeah, do you have a stove? I honestly don't know if the lab has it. Does the lab have a stove? I genuinely don't know. That is a good question. Does the lab have a stove? I'm sorry, I totally misunderstood what you were trying to know. Okay, I'll invite Mayuri-chan to my house and teach her how to cook the fried chicken. It might not come out perfectly since Mom just taught me the recipe, but I'll bring some to the lab if it turns out okay. Sounds good, Lukaku. Sounds good. Okay. Which one's the title screen? This one. Okay. Load. Save 1. Doop. Banquet. It wasn't a banquet, it was a round table conference. Don't get it wrong. Okay, soon. A round table conference. Got it. I won't mess up next time. Okay. Load. Save 1. Don't you hang out with your school friends. Either way, it would be more productive for you to practice with Samidare if you have that sort of free time to kill. Doop save 24. They used to invite me all the time, but I would always say no. That isn't my kind of thing. Now they just don't invite me at all anymore. Oh, but I do hang out with my friends just in smaller groups. By the way, today I practiced 10 swings with Samidare. That's good to hear. To be honest, I was kind of worried you didn't have any friends besides Mayuri. So what sort of things do you do when you hang out? Please tell me you aren't causing trouble. Lukaku causing trouble? I can't see that happening at all. I just can't. And then this is absent. Yeah, we're saying that one. And then this one is the emergency. Seen that one. Of course not. We baked a cake the other day and it turned out super tasty. I have a good idea. I'll make one for the next banquet. Didn't I just tell you? It's not a banquet, it's a round table conference. But still, please bring the cake, because cake is nummy. That's right. I'm sorry. I'll do my best not to forget. Don't worry about Lukaku. He's a bit of a dick. It's okay. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Okay. Title screen. Load. 24. Doop, doop, doop. Did I mess up somehow? Doop, doop. Okay, yeah, I must have somehow. How did I do that? Don't know. Okay. Doop, 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 doop. Okay. Okay. This one. I appreciate the dedication, but remember, you have to do at least 100 swings a day if you hope to become a Master of Seishin Sama. There we go. Okay. And then absent, which we've seen before. And then absent, which we've also seen before. And emergency, which we've seen before. Yeah, okay. Doop, 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 doop. A 100 times? That's impossible. But I'll try my best not to disappoint you, Master. Seishin Zama is a sword style capable of annihilating evil spirits. If you can master it, you can even defend yourself against workers on the train. The gropers, I don't think I have to worry about them. Wait, you've never been groped on a train before? I assumed it happened pretty often. Never. That's never happened to me. Well, someone did kind of grope my chest the other day as they passed me. Wait, was that on purpose? Da, da, da. No matter how you look at it, they were purposely groping you. Alright, starting tomorrow, you're going to go even harder on your practice. Got it? I wonder if the guy who groped him even realized he was a guy, or if he just assumed he was just flat, or, you know? I'll do everything within my power. It might take a little while, but if I increase the number of swings little by little, I'll eventually hit 100. Okay. Doop, doop, doop. So we learned about him getting groped on a train, which is an achievement in and of itself. Maiden of Misunderstanding. Learned about getting groped on the train. Yeah, that happens. That happens. Load. Save. Two. Doop, doop, doop. Nani? 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 Nani. Oh, Baka. Baka, 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 baka. Da 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 da. Baka, 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 baka. Baka, baka, baka. Okay.
そうなん？意外。
I'm writing an article about some TV stuff. Do you watch TV much? I don't know if we've seen this one before. I'm done with all that variety show garbage. Okay, I don't really remember that one, but I don't remember all of them sometimes. So. Doop, doop, doop. And then absent. And we don't reply to that one. And then save 25. Then what do you do with your free time? I have none. All my time goes into bringing chaos to the world. And then the emergency text. And then I totally forgot about that. There's no way you would have time to watch TV with a life like that. Okay. Doop, title menu. Load. 25.
今のはほら、なんていうの？
Doop,
言
doop.
葉のあやってやつ。
That's not right. Okay. Doop. Doop. What do you do? I spend most of my time collecting data on the net and searching for parts at junk shops. Everything I do for the lab. There we go. Skip again. Come on, let me hit it. Thank you. Lost hobby is gone. Yeah, we don't care about that one. You're such a hard worker, Okabe-kun, and get an attachment. Another pretty anime background for our phone. For the wallpaper. Aaron 2. No, that was not Aaron 2. That was Aaron 1. Apparently that was Aaron 1. Okay, whatever. Doopa 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 doopa. And then title menu again.
Mocker said, BTW, what's your Steam profile?
You want to add me on Steam, friend? You want to add me onto Steam? I'm okay with that. I like friends. Da 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 da. Doopa doopa. Here is my friend code, friend. There's my friend code. Anybody wants to add me, feel free to. I'm okay with friends. Now where were we? Doop doop doop. Ba da 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 da. Let's see. Yeah, we got there. Okay, so load save 3. Load save 3. Doop doop doop. Kind of perfume. I can't say I've given it much thought. I don't really have an answer for you. What his favorite kind of perfume is. Doop and skip. Absent. We don't need to reply to it. And then I can't deal with the heat. We don't need to reply to it. Although I definitely identified with not being able to handle heat. And then emergency, it's gone. I guess guys prefer the scent of shampoo on a girl. I would recommend consulting our mutual perverted friend. I'm sure he'll give you all the answers you want and then some you don't want. Doopa doopa. Okay. Skip. Doop 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 doop. Ferris wants your super scientific opinion as a mad scientist. If it's a super scientific opinion you're looking for, then the answer is yes. Skip again. Nope. In that case, Ferris will make sure not to wear perfume around you. And we get another background. Very cool. Okay. Wait. Nope, that's not right. Nope. Okay. Title menu.
Chromager said, I would add you, but for specific reasons my account is fucked and cannot add.
Oh no. I wonder what's going on with your account. Okay. Doop doop doop. Perfume. Did you know that scent can affect the brain in a wide variety of ways? Phantasm. What's their end game? Skip. Okay. And this one's... And this one. And then... this one. And then... the new one. Phantasm is probably just trying to revive humanity's dormant memories, the beautiful memories of this world's creation. Title screen. Okay. Load. Save 4. Absent. We do not need to reply. I can't deal. Do not reply. The lost hobby is gone. Where did the lost hobby go?
Wow, you've played Higurashi.
Yeah, Higurashi is a great game series. If you don't know it or For those that don't know it, I strongly recommend it. Fantastic series. What are you talking about? That place has been gone for a while now, Mayuri. Wow, really? Mayushi doesn't really go to the upper part of Parko. I wanted to buy some cosplay materials. What am I going to do now? I think it moved to somewhere in Ikebukuro. Just do a quick search for it online. Mayushi found the new location. Thank you, Okarin. No problem, Mayushi. I hope you find what you need. And apparently the guys who made Higurashi have made another series. It's a lot smaller and doesn't have as many parts, but it's called, I can't think of the name off the top of my head, Seagull's Cry. That is on the back list for us to eventually get to. I don't know if it's as good as Higurashi, but, yeah. Maybe she's on the train now. Thanks for walking me to the train station.
Kromager said.
Umineko, yeah, that one. No need for thanks, I simply did what I had to do. There's only like 2 parts to that one instead of like 14, but... You're the sweetest. I'm glad I'm your hostage. Haven't we already read this one? Why is it? Maybe it changed because of the earlier text we did. It could have. Yeah, we still got the gold Upa, which we've definitely seen before because that's what I've got on it right now. Not sure what's up with that. Okay. Title menu. There are already a lot of different areas the text can go to. It's a little crazy. It's a little crazy getting all the texts, all the different texts. Okay, absent. Save me. Save you, you say. Use this opportunity to learn from your mistakes. This is the first step toward fulfilling your ambitions.
Said. You don't play a lot of popular VNS. I see. I only recognize a handful.
Yeah, I try to stick to the indies, you know, because they don't always get as much attention, and frankly, some of them can be just as good, if not better than some big name, at least from what I've seen, can be just as good. So I like to add some of those small stuff, just give them a little bit of recognition. But Mayushi doesn't have any ambitions. I just want to finish my homework. Well, that's the ambition, finishing your homework. Okay, and that is back to title screen. Okay, load number 5.
Kromager said. Also cause they are cheaper too, lol.
Not going to lie, that does help quite a bit. Although there is a bit of a trade-off there. A lot of times they're also a lot shorter, so you kind of end up paying the same price. Not always. There's some that are cheap that are super long, but sometimes. But that does help sometimes, yes. Because Lord knows I don't have my money. No monies. Okay, this heat. It's a summer. Of course it's hot. If you prefer your summers cold, why don't you just take a nice long trip down to the southern hemisphere? I hear it's nice and chilly here. If I had money, that's what I would do. I would just move to where it's winter. I live in Australia when it's winter, and then I would live in America when it's winter. And I would just winter. Heat is just bad. Okay, an emergency. You don't reply. Okay, and then save 26.
ちゃんとまっすぐ帰るのだぞ。
Just for the record, you do realize it's winter in the southern hemisphere, right? It gets plenty hot in the summer. Please tell me you're just messing with me. There's no way the Great Ho in Kyoma would make such a boneheaded mistake, right? Everyone makes mistakes, myself included. The fact that you're holding it against me like this shows how small of a person you are, my assistant. Wow.
Chromager said, "Oh hell nah, I viewed your profile and now my recommended is all Kitai games."
Hey, it's they've got good stories. If you want to look at the name is escaping me off the top of my head. Why? I love it so much. I've played it multiple times. Why can I not think of the name? God damn, bruh. Head empty. Treasure of Nadia. I would recommend that one the best. That was a great game. I'm still working on the Genesis Order, which is the third game of the series, but they've got good stories too. They're worth playing. So small, you jerk, how dare you talk to a lady like that? You're unbelievable. I was just trying to be nice to you since I know you've been Americanized and all. Doop. Men like you are the worst. Okay, let's see. That was... Which one was that? No, okay. Okay, yeah, right there. So, title menu. Load. Save 26.
それじゃあちゃんとまっすぐ帰るのだぞ。
Obviously, I'm just joking. I was testing you, duh.
Chromager said, "BTW, how is a MF supposed to get these achievements without a guide?"
Well, it seems to me pretty much whenever you get a mail, if there's multiple responses you can respond to, make a save. And then respond to one or the other. That's pretty much about the only thing you can do. You're flipping out just because I pointed out your mistake. Lame. The trick would be remembering which ones you've done and which ones you haven't. Because some of them lead to, the same area, but the real trick, I think, would be getting to Mayuri's route versus another route. Because it looked like Mayuri's route, you get to through specific texts. And I don't know how you would know to do that, but that's why I don't bother trying to figure it out. Because I'm a slow turtle and I know it, so I'm not ashamed to look at a guide to get to all the content. Save 5.
そういえばお前、クリスティーナとは仲直りでもしたのか？
I bet all the machinery in there isn't making it any easier to handle. More importantly, make sure the fan is pointed at the equipment. I'm holding you personally responsible if anything overheats. Okay. And then we've got the emergency mail. Skip. Okay. So, how about worrying about me before you worry about the equipment, jerk? If I pass out from heat stroke, you bet your ass I'm gonna hold you responsible for it. And we need to do save 27. Doop, 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 doop. worry about you. Don't make me laugh. Chew uni, chew uni, chew uni, osu. Doop, doop, doop. Load. 27.
それじゃあちゃんとまっすぐ帰るのだぞ。
And how do you intend to do that? What, are you going to force me to marry you or something? Whoa, whoa, wait, who said anything about marriage? Is this a confession? Confess. Confess what? How in the hell could you possibly misinterpret that as a confession of love? The heat getting to you or what? I was just kidding. Don't take things so seriously, asshole. Okay. Title menu. Load. Save 19. Work at May Queen. Yes, your gig at May Queen. You've been there almost every day since summer vacation started. I'm glad you're dedicated to your work and all, but try not to overdo it, okay? Yes, I'll try to get some rest and keep at it. Load, save 19. Supplementary classes. Don't tell me you flunked your finals. What did I say about studying? Mayushi did study, but while I was trying my hardest to solve the problems, my time ran out. So that's what happened. Well, I can totally imagine you panicking. Mayushi wants the power to stop time. That would be a really good power to have. I won't lie, that would be a really nice power to have. Title menu. Load. Save 20. Make sure not to fall asleep on the train. Get off at Ikebukuro. Got it? It's super crowded and Mayushi doesn't even have a seat, so no worries. See you tomorrow. No seat for Mayushi. Load. Save 21.
もしかしてそれだけか。
それだけとはなんだ。これは重要なことだ。それを忘れてもらっては
Correct.
困る
I'm
と。
currently working on a plan that will drive the world to despair.
それだ。
そうじゃねえよ。なんつうか、そう大層な話でもねえんだが。
They're having a campaign where you can select an anime folder when you buy select items at convenience stores. None of the joints around us have them. Oh, Corinne, have you seen any place with the goods? Mayushi doesn't think that's a good idea. You should focus on making future gadgets that will make the world a better place. Impossible, for I was born under the very star of destruction and despair. Mayushi likes the sweet and kind Okarin the best. Well, too bad, because I'm a mad scientist. Okay. Title screen again. Load. Save 22. While I'm at it, maybe I can remember to make save 23 proper. Like, maybe, maybe not. Ah. What's there to be jealous of? We all have our strengths and weaknesses. For example, Christina can't make costumes like you. She also can't run as fast as you, right? Yes, you're right. Thanks, Okarin. No problem, Mayuri. No problem. Okay. Load. Save. 6. The banquet was a total blast. Let's do it again. It wasn't a banquet, it was a round table.
それだけとはなんだ。これは重要なことだ。それを忘れてもらっては困ると。
That seems kinda over the top. Banquet makes way more sense. Anyhow, I hope we can have another whatever table conference sometime soon. Did I not just say it was a round table conference? Okay, and then save 28. Don't sweat the details. By the way, did you know that there's a bike store in the back of this building? Everything's way too pricey. Bikes, you're a cyclist, right? I'm in front of, okay, yeah, that's the shiny cooler one. And save 29. I love riding the bike lets me feel the air of a place directly on my skin. The exercise is great too. That is mildly concerning. This 3 choice only came after another 3 choice. Did you guys notice that? If you're into exercising, I have the perfect job for you. Care to give it a shot? Okabe? What kind of job are you talking about, bruh? Let me guess, it's a gig where I get to put you in a cobra twist. I'm totally game for that. Feel free to try that on Daru. What say you to riding your bike in the lab to power our equipment? This goes without saying, this is volunteer work. No pay. She's not a hamster or a rat, man, or a zombie. I'm not a hamster. How about doing it yourself, Okabe Rintaro? Traveler of the unknown, read Suzuha's message about human-generated power in phone trigger. Not a hamster. You've got guts saying that. Guts. Huh? Title menu. Load. Save 28. Just for the record, I have no money to lend you. No worries, I would never ask you for money. Okay. Load. Save 28. Yes, all you could afford was a unicycle. Look, if you're going to change the subject, at least use a newer joke. I'm in front of the, we know where you are, bro. Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, and then once again back to the title. So many texts, so many texts. Okay. Load. Save 29. I prefer the chaotic Akihabara of the past, not the Moe-powered beast it is now, though I suppose that's befitting of Akihabara, the city of destruction and rebirth. Same, it was way more mysterious back then. How would you know that? Have you been lying to us about your age? Okay. And then I just wanted to sound all wise. I saw old footage of what the city used to be like. That's all. I'm still young. Sussy. Okay. Title menu. Load. 29. Just watch out for those UV rays. Cancer is a hell of a thing. Oh, okay. Apparently, we can just return to the title menu after that. There is no reply to that, apparently. Load number 7. Is Dr. P one of the select items? If it is, feel free to buy as many as you want. I'll take care of whatever's left over. This isn't one of those things where each item has a prize in it. Anyway, Dr. P isn't even one of the select products. Load. 7 again. Sorry, I couldn't care less about Dr. P, so I didn't check. This is looking hopeless. I mean, the campaign just started yesterday. It's way too early for everything to be sold out. And you know what? If everything is all sold out, what's up with that supply and demand? I'm going to complain about this. Just stop while you're ahead. I guarantee you'll regret it later. I just had to say that out loud. I guess my only chance is to check out the convenience stores just outside of the city. And with that, we have Crusade Outbreak Collector. Read Daru's message about a special campaign in Phone Trigger. If you're going to go all the way out there, and anyway, grab me some Wittish Lover, would you? I'm not going to Hokkaido. Apparently he's not going that far. Okay. Load. Save. 8. Johnny Wolf. Wait, you mean the actual Johnny Wolf? A Hollywood movie star, not just some like. And that is save 30. I saw him with my very own eyes. He was the real deal. You actually saw him yourself. Johnny couldn't resist Ferris's seraphic aura. He actually came over and asked if he could shake my hand. A handshake. Wait, does that mean he's into you? A maid with cat ears. In a previous life, Johnny was probably a celestial being. He could sense the blinding light within me, so he decided to pay his respects. Wow, I had heard he was an otaku, but all hail Akiba, I guess. There are a whole bunch of celebs that visit Akiba when they come to Japan. Us Japanese really should be more proud of this place. And that's got us triumphant cat food. Read Ferris's message about Akiba. No, back to title menu. Okay. Load. Save. 13. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Do you know that manga that was on the table? Do you have the next volume? Manga, if you have that much free time, how about working on the next future gadget? Take a break, damn it. So, do you have the next volume or not? I only grabbed that because I had some free time on my hands. I don't have the other volumes. You'll have to buy them yourself. FYI, there are over 60 volumes right now. Wow, they've released that many. I want to know what happens next, but froggies. And that has us Operation C. We have read all of Kurisu's phone triggers. Awesome. One down, how many more to go? Yeah. So many phone triggers. Okay, load. Save 14, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Should have done a better job of organizing those, but it is what it is. Do not reply to that one. And then save 31. Yes, we're all the way up to 31 saves just to get all the phone triggers. Doop. One of those cars, you gotta be a certain type of person to go that far. I can respect that. I want a car with Isuki Tan on it. Get a driver's license first, dummy. I don't need a license, I just want a car with Isuki Tan on it. Load. Save 31. Isuki Tan, who the hell is that? You don't know, she's a super popular character from a fighting game. She works at a maid-type family restaurant, but she's originally from Big Money. Seriously, Moe? Yes, I remember you playing that with Mayuri the other day. Mayushi is a witch user, but I like them both. I can't pick one over the other. Who said anything about picking one over the other? Okay. Load. Save 15. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I forgot to grab the Hiroki that went on sale last week. Who'd have thought that it ended up getting a remaster? Just order it online. If you buy it in an actual store, you get a body pillow with it. Plus, you can't get it early if you go through an online site. You're still green. Yeah, well, you're the one that forgot its release date. Who's the master now? And as Operation D, read all messages from Itaru. That's 2 down. So many phone messages. Okay. Load. Save. 9, 10, 12, 16.
Stream Elements said,
If I remember
Stay
correctly,
moist,
not
my
only
friends,
are you
hydrate.
from planet Chinchilla, you also have the memories of a seraph. Just who precisely are you? I don't know who I am. My memories are a mess. What's happening to me? Perhaps these are false memories. What if someone or something implanted them into you? I have to find my real memories. I'll do it no matter what. Title menu again. Okay, we're getting there. Slowly but surely we're getting there. Load. Number 16 again. I'm doing a questionnaire for a woman's magazine. Do you mind answering a few questions? Sure, what sort of questionnaire are we talking here? And save 32. What color panties do you like? I bet you like white, or maybe the sexier black. Don't waste my time with such a stupid question. What the hell kind of questionnaire is this? The winning pair, the top 3 underwear colors college boys are into. Absurd. There's something wrong with anybody who takes that article seriously. Girls care about this kind of stuff. And that is Ambiguous Surveyor. Read Maleka's message about the things girls care about. Such as what guys think of panty colors, apparently. I would think that would only be their boyfriends that they care what they think, but okay. Do. Load save 32. Doop. Why the hell did you assume I prefer white? I swore you would like white panties. Hold up, did we fuck up somehow? Son of a gun. We fucked up somehow, guys. We did not just get Operation K. We should have gotten Operation K there, but we didn't. Why did we not get Operation K? That is bad. That is bad. Why did we not get Operation K? Mail list. I don't. I'm assuming the face on it is the one that we... Somewhere along the common route. On the 5th. Somewhere between Gadget and Town. Common route on the 5th. Could start a new one, just period. And see if we can figure it out. Okay, so here, the 5th. I'm assuming it's linear as well. I mean, it would make sense it's linear, right? Stop. Okay, is it one of these? Did we? Okay, yeah, it was one of those. For some reason, we didn't save properly after reading all of those or something, I guess. I don't know, but we got it. There we go. We got Operation K. Not sure what happened there, but we got it, and that's what matters. Okay. Load. Save 17. Of course, she sends us so many messages, right? She's the mail demon. Okay. What kind of match was it on the TV? Doop. I forgot his name, but one of the guys had this awesome costume on. Was that cosplay? I didn't think he was taking the match seriously, but then he ended up being crazy strong. That guy. I don't know much about martial arts, but even I know him. He's a cosplay fighter that's been getting pretty popular recently. Apparently cosplaying is his actual job, and fighting is just a hobby of his. Mayuri and Daru are big-time fans. That's interesting. He sounds cool. I think he might have a new fan. Cat frogs. And that was Operation S. Read all messages from Suzuha. Very good. Very, very good. We are getting there, slowly but surely. Slowly but surely, and all of these are rare achievements. 8.6, 8.4, nobody apparently who plays through this gets all the phone triggers, which I can't completely blame them. This is getting mildly tedious if I'm being honest, but hey, we're doing it. We are doing it. Load, save 18. That is this one. Or did I start going in order on this one? I don't remember when I started going in order. Probably should have been more consistent about that. Okay, so it was on the 3rd page. I thought it was on the 3rd page we started. Just was not sure. Save 18. Doop, doop, doop. It's an emergency. An audition? What kind of audition are we talking about, Lukaku? They said that's for some idol group that has a theater in that one discount shop. Crazy, right? It was only an audition invite, but still. I can't believe it was for a popular idol group. So, what's the plan? Are you going to try for it? Is Lukaku going to become an idol? That would be pretty cool. No way, of course I said no. I could never audition for a popular group like that. Plus, I'm a boy. I don't see anything wrong with at least trying. You might be able to overcome that shyness of yours if you had a gig that put you in front of other people. I could definitely see Lukaku becoming some sort of, what's the name of that one guitar? The Japanese guitar with like 3 strings or something. You might be right, but I don't think I can be an idol. And imagine what would happen if people found out that I'm a boy. I would get even more fans from the people who can't believe that can't be a, yeah. I'll work on my shyness elsewhere, and that is Operation L. We have got all of Lukaku's messages now. Very good. Okay, not much more. Wait a second. Oh, I shouldn't have. Okay. Oops, I messed up a little bit there. Back to save 18. Back to save 18. Apply, send, skip. Open this up, invite, reply, send. Skip. Oop, and open up, and said no, and apply, and send. And then doop and doop. Okay. Then not back to title, we keep skipping. Okay. And that's when we see Ferris's reply about Daru. Oh, right. Okay. Doop-a-doop. Okay, just keep skipping, just keep skipping, just keep skipping. Here we go. This time it's durian instead of avocado. Don't look at me when your entire cafe is filled with the stench of durians, which I've heard stinks like high hell. Never actually had a durian, so I can't say for sure, but I have heard that. They're actually pretty tasty from what I heard too, they just stink. It's already a disaster in here. We've got the windows open now, but durians are scary. And that is Operation F. We have read all of Ferris's emails now, or phone triggers, or whatever. Okay, title menu. Load. We can't load save 23 because I kind of messed up there. Didn't realize they were going to lock me in. So we've got to go over here to Mayuri's route. And really bad at both of them. Mail sent. Okay. And then read only and skip. And then we see what Mayuri's good at. Oop-a-doop. Home ec. Skip. And then read only and skip. Read only and skip. Pizza chips. Pizza chips. We don't care about that one, right? Yeah, we don't care about that one. Pizza chips. Pizza chips do sound good though. Likes. Send. Probably unnecessary, but I want to do exactly how we got to 23. without, yeah, because that's the thingy there. And then skip. And we have to specifically do this. Save 23 was down there, wasn't it? Okay. Skip, 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 skippy, 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 skip, 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 skippy, skippy, skip, skip. Skip, skip, skippy, skippy, skip, 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 skip. Skippy, skippy, skip, skip, skip. And then rapid click because it won't let me skip past this part. Even though I feel like it's pretty obvious if I want to send a message, I would. But it won't let me skip past this because it gives me multiple chances to send a message even if I don't want to send a message. There we go. And we have to look for this time for sure. I don't want to send a message. Don't want to send the message. I don't want to send the message. That's what's wrong. And then we can skip this part. And we don't want to send this message either. And skip. And this is the one we want to send. There we go. Okay. And then skip. Okay, just making sure. I didn't think so. Okay. And then we get the message, and we do now. Send. Skip. Okay. And we get a new message, which is read only. Then we go on skippy skips. And we have this whole scene at the pool where Okabe almost drowns and causes Mayuri to cry like an asshole. Probably should have just been better off drowning in my book, but hey, yeah. There we go. And we got a new message here. Moeka being all creepy and stalker-like, but for the best. And the scene on the bus. You get the new mail, new phone. Skip. Okay. Erasing. Send. Skip. New mail. Read only. And skip. And then Paris with the Ferris cup. Send. And skip. Then we get the reply. Teach you how to word play. Doop, and then skip. And then we get the read only. And skip. Okay. Now, if I had done the save 23 properly, we would just be starting from here, but I didn't because I messed up. But, yeah. Okay. Then Tutoru is read only. Are you awake? And then here, right here. As a labman, you have committed an unforgivable crime. We must hold a meeting to determine your punishment. A punishment? Is Mayushi going to get whipped or something? I would never do that. Who gave you that idea? Daru-kun said so. Daru, that perforator. What is he teaching Mayuri? Daru was just joking. Don't take everything he says so seriously. Trust nothing. That's your duty as a labman. Mayushi was so surprised. Sorry, Okarin. I'm going to have a word with Daru. Anyway, you have supplementary classes late. That must be tough. Be careful on the way home. So we end up back on that one section. Pretty much, anyways. Yeah, and then we end up with that. Okay. And that is the final achievement, Operation M. We have read all messages from Mayuri, and because we have done that, we have also done Lab Choo Choo, which we've seen all the messages, period now. Which, since that was the last achievement, netted us a tractor field convergence, played through everything in Steins Gate, My Darling's Embrace. And with that, we have officially completed Steins Gate, My Darling's Embrace. 8.2% of people have that achievement. The vast majority of the phone trigger achievements like Operation L for Lukaku and seeing all of them are almost as rare as getting that one. So that's probably where a lot of people give up, is not reading all the phone triggers there. But I'm persistent, and I have a guide, and I have no shame. So we are going to take a BRB. We still have about math 30. That's about 4.5 hours left of stream, and we are going to play the last yeah, that thing.